these meals from.
Yeah, place them down so we can get some.
Oh my goodness, Rehab. You so silly.
As of right now, we have like close to 9 calls.
Oh yeah.
I mean, mercy, so
But excuse me, princess.
hurry up. I
Leaf, how's it going, fam? I'm first. You are. You are first. Ugh, just as Ryu goes wide live too. Going to bed, but gonna leave a like. Thanks, appreciate you, Hex. Have a good night's sleep, fam. I have a headache. I'm sorry to hear that, fam. How are you? I'm alright, fam. It's been a while. Yeah, been a few days. Hey, Minx, how's it going? I'm still in bed. I respect it. Did you go to the gym? Alright. Oh, fuck. It's the attractive one. I've not been in a while, like 1.5 weeks, so I'm going to get up soon and go. Just cardio day. Fair enough. That sounds not so fun, but fair enough. I respect it. That is not what I asked you to do. I made a chia seed pudding with coffee. Oh, nice. Was it good? So I'm going to get up soon. Just cardio day. Fair enough. Sorry, I already said that. That's not the song I want to do. Hey, Retro. How you going, fam? Hope you're doing well today. How is fam? I'm alright, fam. I'm alive. Glad you're back. Thanks, Minx. Appreciate it. I'll see how it tastes tomorrow. Oh, it's like one of those overnight ones, sorry. I've thought about making some of those before for like some prep in the morning.
Gentlemen, we do not stop till nightfall.
What about breakfast?
We've already had it.
We've had one, yes. What about second breakfast?
Uh, 'Cause, 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 'Cause Life is a good start. Yeah. Got lame ass school tomorrow. Oof, fam. What, you're not keen for it? I thought you liked uni, dude. We're just going to be doing a bit of this today, guys. I started this the other day. It's just a bit of a relaxing game, and I can't be fucked changing other stuff today. So we're going to play a bit of cleanup and get it done. And just do what I want to do for a bit today. I'll switch back to Rhapsody when I feel like it today, probably. What classes have you got at the moment, Retro? Relaxing is good. Yeah. Yeah. Let's go toilets here. No. Thank you for the 20 stream streak there, Leaf. I appreciate it, fam. Glad you didn't miss any. We did it, fam. Yeah, nearly at 3 weeks now. I respect it. It's that good shit right there. What else do we need to build? Capture 180 ghosts. Jesus, bro. This is a haunted one. Fucking hell. No, we'll start with that. Probably should build a ward as well, really, shouldn't we? I'll build a fracture one next. Intro to logic and business classes. Nice. I love it. I just love saying I hate things. I respect it. Well, school's one of those bad boys, isn't it, really? Nothing wrong with hating school. It's that good shit. God, this is a shit hospital. Fucking hell. Fuck me, bro. Holy shit. Wow, that's huge. This is bad. This is going to be really hard, I think, this one. I shouldn't have started this on stream. This might take me a little bit. Alright. Let's hire you. Get rid of you. Let's get you and you. Yeah, I think we'll start with that. Right. Apologies. It's a bastard to start these. If I have to restart, that's going to cost me another 10-20 minutes again. Nah, it's chill to listen to the first stream. Chill to listen to. I appreciate you, fam. Right. Now let's fix everything else up while we're at it. Oh, why did you not place? Fuck, there's ghosts everywhere, bro. Holy shit. Help me waking up. I've screwed my sleep. Had this weird rebellious thing after work. Yeah, I feel ya. My sleep schedule's fucked at the moment. I've been trying to get it fixed as well. It's not going very well. Yeah, I'm not surprised you woke up late. You streamed pretty late last night. I might have to train some people. Bugger. Oh. Yeah, I've been dumb chasing my goal. I need to stop that. I mean, there's nothing wrong with chasing a goal, though. It keeps you occupied, you know. It's always good fun doing that. I get carried away with my platinum sometimes and don't sleep well. I always think, like, sometimes, like, if you go to bed happy, it's better than going to bed early and grumpy, you know. That's me, personally, I guess, so. Nothing worse than going to bed grumpy, bro. You never sleep well, I reckon. So if you're enjoying it, it's a good thing. Minx just doesn't know how to balance. It's a battle. Nah. I thought I had it balanced, but I need to rework it again. I'm getting an extra day of work starting next month too. I need to refix it all. I need to start learning how to stream after working. How you doing today, Koi? Hope you're doing well, fam. So many people that are like, at the moment, have their stream stuck on just 1080, and it's so hard to lurk them. And it's not like they don't have the average to like have the option to change the quality. It must be something in their settings they've just changed. It's just such a strange decision. Makes it so hard to lurk people in Australia because our internet fucking sucks. Right, just picking up the burning pieces that is work. Well, fair enough. Yep. 89%. Just send them to treat. We'll promote those. Put 85. 6 is good. Promote automatically, so I don't have to deal with that shit. Twitch has been weird for that recently. It must be what people are using, maybe, to stream with. Maybe like Streamlabs or something. I'm not quite sure what it is. I don't really want to ask people because I do feel bad because I don't even know if some of them know about it or not. Or whether they've purposely actually like are happy with it. Because I know a few people have gone to that higher rate of frame like Juggling has it. I struggle to lurk him because I have to... Some streams it's like 480 minimum, which is like it's not a lot, but like when I'm trying to stream, it's really hard to lurk them. It makes me lag like crazy. I've looked into it when it happened to Silver. Oh, okay. So did they mean it or? Because that higher frame rate's a problem as well. And it'll like adjust it and lock it back to the highest frame rate every once in a while too. Twitch has been very strange actually recently. Apparently it's the only chance Twitch does the down res options. It impacts their setters, so it's luck. Fucking hell. That's wild. Definitely reduce the numbers. It's interesting because like it's even people that are consistently getting good numbers, some of them as well. Like Ollie's one of them. He averages like 10 to 12 a stream and streams like consistently like five times a week. But I cannot change his fucking quality at all. So I wonder what their decision making is with that. Go look at all the ghosts, bro. Fucking hell. I mean, also an OBS setting, but for those who won't change it, it's a chance. Yeah, it must be something else as well, I'd say. I mean, it's that thing again, people really put them that higher frame rate, but you can't even use that either. There was a thing where you used to have turbo a while ago, and that used to actually give you higher frame rates as a streamer, but they changed that ages ago. So maybe people just think that. They're always on 1080. Yeah. 1080 is so high. I would like to go to 1080, but it's not worth it. Because you don't even stream at 1080 either. It's just 960 because Twitch don't push it anyway. So there's no point. If I get a better PC at some point, I'll probably push it to 960. But if it doesn't let me do 180, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. They already have my own some mobile anyway, so what's the point? Yeah, exactly. 720 looks good on mobile. I think it looks good on PC as well, to be honest. I want 9K, 6000 FPS. What is it? They're doing 4K, aren't they, with some of the big streamers at the moment, which is crazy business. Something insane like that. Fucking hell. 60 FPS done. Let's get on that. Done. 60 FPS. My internet would not handle that at all. No way. God, are we going to get anything good in this hospital, or just not going to push anything? 9K resolution, 60 FPS, that's kilowatts. Chop, chop. Imagine how heated your PC would get. It would be insane. You'd need a dedicated streaming PC. Surely. To run that. Imagine in our heat how much it would heat up to. It'd be fucking mental. Rage quitting. What are they ill from? Very hungry, hey? Bugger. I'll probably build this side, won't I? Put that there. Okay, so here's the plan. There's site where sugar babies can apply for sugar daddies. We apply for a streamer daddy. A streamer daddy. People are wild, bro. I know that's probably like an actual thing, but my god, that's mental. Jeez, hello daddy when they appear on stream. Oh, that's definitely a thing then. I got no doubt. Let me post them photos of the inside of our PC case, raunchy. Just want to see a sneak peek of that CPU, please. Imagine. Exactly. Fucking hell, dude. I think actually, like, a quick way to probably make a lot of people happy and make them somehow into like a sugar daddy would just be to do push-ups and sit-ups on stream. People seem to really get excited about that stuff. I've never really understood it, but it's quite popular. It's just torturing the streamer, isn't it? People really do like that, hey? I should know. People really like to torture me. Yeti visit? What the fuck? Hopeful idea of abs. I don't know. Maybe it is a thing of abs. I did have a comment from like a person once saying, "I bet you got abs under that shirt, don't you?" And I just looked at her and I was like, "Nope, just rolls." That was, yeah. I didn't look at her the same ever since. That was really strange. People do have a real big obsession with abs, though. Six pack of rolls, exactly. I don't see the attractiveness of abs personally, but whatever floats your boat, I guess. Yeah, I've never been with anyone IRL with abs, I don't think. I have, actually, funny enough. I've dated someone with abs once. I didn't know they had abs, though. More diagnosis. Jesus. Did we do the fluid one? We did, didn't we? No, we didn't. Hang on. Let's see the fluid as well. But it didn't really worry me that she had abs, to be fair. She was what do you call it? A gymnast. Like does gymnastics and stuff. Never been with anyone. Oh yeah, sorry, I already read that. I shouldn't laugh about it, but I was just thinking, like, people with like an abs fetish, I can imagine just like just wanting to like rub oil on the abs in the bedroom. Just makes me giggle a little bit. I can imagine there's probably people out there that like that. Ooh, psychiatry. No. I'm actually not sure about that statement. I think it's just didn't really occur to me. I think people can have abs and you just don't flex them. I've had abs before, but like never really like cared about it, if that makes sense. Like, what does this do? It just opens it up. Okay. How am I going to do this? Put another set of rooms there. Keep this doorway open. See psychiatry in here. There we go. I had them, but they didn't really preach them at the time. It was just part of doing sport. Didn't really get them. Well, that's the thing. I was the same. I got it from working one of my jobs, and then got it from working one of my jobs, and the other time was just from playing sport. And I was doing like push-ups and sit-ups to like increase my strength for the sport in my spare time. Not like I actually really wanted to like get them or anything, but I know people really work hard for them. Okay, I could be doing this sitting on a bike. I'll go get ready, then be right back. Oh, good, fam. Who will take me now? I've been on lockdown. Don't let me drown. Bored, thirsty, hungry, and unhappy. Yeah, but there's stuff everywhere to eat, you fucking... My god, dude. One more time, man. Put some more down. Oh no. No, not drown. Don't let me drown. That's new. Oh, we've got some dogs. The psychiatrist is about to fucking be busy as. Put you there as well while I'm at it. Monster mishmash. Reanimation. Oh yeah, right. Okay. Where are we? There it is. What is it? 4x4. Ugh. What an annoying size for this building. We'll do it here, I reckon. The biggest thing about this game that's like frustrating is everything can fit from time to time, but it's like they purposely try to make the hospitals as annoying as they possibly fucking can. So you can't fit everything nicely in the squares. It's like the only thing frustrating about this game. It is a meme game, to be fair. Like, they meme, so they probably do it to shit stir, to be fair, but still. Pain in the ass. There we go. Put this one here. Put a bench here. Standing on the weapon. Let's go over here. People. I might need another clinic, do I? Another GP, sorry. I should say. Okay. I had a funny feeling that might happen. Need more benches as well. Hire another nurse real quick. We'll hire a good nurse as well, I reckon. This one here. Yeah, we're gonna need another one of the GP officers, I reckon. Let's just put them right in the middle. Yeah, that'll do, won't it? I think that'll do. Doesn't look pretty, but it's gonna have to do for now. It's better off like trying to keep all of like the same type of like rooms together, because like if you separate them too much, like they crack the shits. And then they won't walk to certain types of them, and it's just a whole fucking thing, and I can't be bothered with it, so. Let's hire another good doctor. Doghouse. DNA lab. Bugger. I don't have that. Staff room. I've been... the dog room. How much? Was it 4x4? Oofed. Oh yeah, that looks good actually. I'll take that. Extinguisher. We'll put a big radiator in this one. It's a bigger room. This one. Plant over here. Drinking fountain. Hand sanitizer as well, and that'll do. Right. Might need another GP office is what I'm looking at too, by the looks of it. What was the other thing that they need? The DNA one. How much are they? I might hire another 2 nurses as well, I reckon. Just some cheapies. I should be checking like what they are like, but it doesn't really matter too much at the moment. It was an X-ray, wasn't it? Was it DNA? 50k. Jesus. Yeah, here we go. I had a feeling this might happen. The 2 psychiatrist ones. I feel like this might be a bit of a mental hospital, this one. No pun intended. It's just... I think there'll be a lot of mental patients, sadly. I wanna know about the miniature world. A fracture ward. Damn it. I'm gonna need to get a... Oh, no, it should be okay, actually. Alright, we'll put this one here, then. Where is it? I actually wanted to put this here, because it's kind of the perfect length, which kind of sucks, so it's gonna have to go here now. That's frustrating, but that's okay. I'll just make it really big because they're a pain in the ass anyway. I might actually put 2 desks in here, I reckon. In case we actually need 2 nurses for this. Let's go here. There we go. We'll do hand sanitizer, radiator in the middle. This game just doesn't like placing sometimes, I swear to fuck, dude. And I'll put, yup. Place the caster. Oh, shit. There we go. Cool. That'll do for now. Just employer of the year. Nothing else really. Alright. Cure 5 patients with curdled blood. Yeah, we'll do that. And we won't do the little 5-staff room. It's a pain in the ass. Eventually, I'll probably, like, on some of the later levels, I'll start making, like, some stuff for it. I'm falling. Probably another doctor. I reckon. Cure 150 patients, 180 gears, 1.5 million here. Thinking too much. To do that, sadly, I do need some more janitors, I think. We've got 4 right now. Hang on. Where are we? Let's just remove everything else from this guy apart from the fire extinguisher and get him to work, I think. Let's just get a snack machine here as well while I'm at it. And a drinks one as well while I'm at it. Yeah. We're going to need another janitor, I think. Oh, nice. That's perfect, actually. Yeah. There we go. That'll help a little bit. I can upgrade this as well. Can I upgrade this one? I can't anymore. What's this one? That's the first one. This one here. Nice. 10 is 10 rep. That's that good shit out there. Huh. That's interesting. I might build that as well. So I think we'll make this training and... yeah. I think we'll make this training. Yeah. Don't really need anything else actually in this room though. But yeah, we should train some people. We'll go you to start off actually. Make a better psychiatrist. Start working on everybody else as well. Cure 10 patients will do. I need to get better at sharing my stream streaks. I'm fucking terrible for it. And I like them as well. That's the worst part. Not like having them on other people's channels. I like when people share them on my channel. It's nice to see. I should show them on others. Also got to get better at lurking on people and saying I'm lurking instead of just fucking lurking. Because I tend to do that a lot with so many people. It's not even funny. The only channel I really say I lurk in is probably Minx, I think. I need to get better at, like... When usually I'm lurking everybody no matter what. Like 2 to 3 people. No matter what at all times. So I really should get better at saying I'm lurking. Not that it really matters too much, but I guess it's just nice to know, I think, sometimes as well, isn't it? But you do have lurkers, so... Need to get better at that. Diagnostics 2. We got like a general treatment one. 11 people, hey? Yeah, okay. Let's do that. So let's do... I think is there 6 slots in this, I think, isn't there? Let's do you. 2 doctors and 3. Yeah, we'll take that. The fuck did this song come from? Oh, this is the songs from people requesting stuff. Same with this song. Interesting. I don't know how they slipped into my liked, but fair enough. I respect it. Yep. Yeah, how's the fracture ward going? I haven't even checked that. Oh, it looks good. What is this guy doing rage quitting? Get a little 5 room. No, fuck off. Nope. Oh, we need another... oh no, that's okay. I was about to get a few more nurses, but it looks like there's a few around. A band of ghosts are haunting the hospital. Yes, there is. Pains in the ass, dude. I think the trick is probably not to expand too much. So I don't think we'll expand any more than we have currently. I reckon that's going to be part of the issue. 200k, fucking hell. But yeah, I think that might be part of the problem. It's just making sure we don't overdo it. But what we currently have, I think, is good. Let's go to the janitors. I'm just gonna remove you, and everything else can go. Don't worry about that. Let's do that with this one too. Yep, I'll do that, I reckon. Just 2 of them focusing on the toilets and that, because the toilets are a fucking huge problem right now. It's mainly because so many people are actually in the hospital as well, but I haven't built it enough to really figure out where I want to put everything yet, so that is a bit of a pain in the ass, sadly. Oh, that was a new thing and I fucking clicked past it, but I think it was this that I just saw. There we go. That'll work now. There we go. Yep, get rid of the item. Nice. Hmm. A hailstorm, eh? Fucking hell. Righto. I'm gonna need to make another toilet. This is fucking starting to really piss me off. Let's just put it in the middle, eh? Put one there, I reckon. And probably another break room as well, I guess, Nilly. Nah, fuck it. Who cares? Another break room's just gonna get in the way. Diagnostics. Two trainees for this, actually. I'll take that. It's not too bad. Oh, surgery. Fuck. I haven't done a surgery room in forever. They are not common. Except for one map, which was an absolute bastard to deal with. Yeah, I think we'll do that. Nice. Do that. We out of money? What? Brother, what do you want me to do about that? It's a fucking... Oh my god, bro. Where the hell is it? It's like, it wants me to do something about it. I can't do anything about that. Why the fuck is that? So stupid. Oh my fucking god, bro. Oh man. Can I just remove it? Okay, it looks like it's gonna work now actually. Cool. It must be just glitched. Ah, it's melted. Nice. Thank fuck for that. Yeah, I had a bad feeling about that happening. I'm gonna hire another assistant. And maybe another one? Yeah. 2 extras wouldn't hurt. Oh, these guys are... Oh no, the reanimation. Cool. Cool. Let's get motivation going. For all of the janitors, I think, will need the motivation because they're a pain in the ass in this hospital. They're not doing much. They're cracking the shits very heavily. Underpaid. Yeah, they're not really, but anyway. Fucking hell, I'm gonna need another doctor's clinic already. Starting to get a bit hectic now. A DNA lab, hey? I think they're pretty big, off the top of my head. 3x4. Oh, they're not too bad. We might just put one here, actually. And leave that gap there, I reckon. Not the end of the world. We'll put an extinguisher, hand sanitizer, put a small radiator, and drinking fountain. And a plant. Nice.
When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's amore.
Hey Spicy, how you doing, fam? Hope you're doing well today. What's going on, fam? Doing fine, still working though? Fair enough, dude. How's work? Is it busy? Goddamn. Yep, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine too. Maintenance 2. Workload's still fair so far. That's good then. I'm glad, fam. That's good to hear. Is it this guy? Yep. Might build you. Put you here, I reckon. Oh no, hang on, we'll do this actually, I reckon. Yeah. Didn't you say you already have the plat for this? Not for this one, no. I played it multiple times. You're thinking of Planet Coaster. It's a different one, that one. This one's my own game, this one. I started the other day. I'll hire that guy anyway. This one's pretty big. This one's like 120 hours, this platinum. The big boy, this one. You going for the plat then? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I've been playing it when I've been sick recently. Just when I'm in bed and I can't sit up. But it's ultra rare. I think it's like 3.5% off the top of my head. Hang on, let me have a look. 4.3. It's gone up a little bit. Some people have been doing it recently. I think a whole community platted it not long ago. I remember seeing it. But it's 4.3%. The trophies are pretty rare overall. And then there's a heap of like DLC as well I gotta do. The DLC is like 20 to 30 hours and the main game's like about 100 hours on the money. It's a bit of a brutal one. God damn. Yeah, they're all pretty brutal. Not gonna lie. They're good fun though. And like they're, chill to do, so I enjoyed them. So I'll just do it in my spare time pretty much. I'm just doing this level because I want to get it out of the way because I think I get a trophy after this one. Oh, the value's gone up. Nice. Why is there tons of ghosts? They're dead people. This is a haunted hospital as well. But they die in my house, in hospital. And then they haunt the hospital. They're absolute pain in the ass to deal with. They are. But yeah, it's a pretty brutal game. I think it says only like a 4 out of 10, I think, or something stupid. Am I right in thinking that? It's a 5. I think it's probably a 6 or I think it's a 7, actually, honestly, this game. It's actually so fucking hard to like get used to. I've just played a lot of it on the Switch, so I know how to play the game. Looks fun, though. It's not too bad, yeah. It's just chill. It's really good on the handheld, actually, this one. Rikoi did the museum version of this game recently, and that was 100 hours for her. It's not so rare yet, though, but it will be. When it goes, like, cheaper, or when it goes for free at some point, it'll become ultra rare, I reckon. But I don't think she realizes that it's that good. How do you play it on a handheld? On the Switch. I think it's on the iPhone as well. Or on the Play Store. Now I think about that properly. But I played it on the Switch mainly. It runs really well on the Switch. If I had a PlayStation Portal, I'd play this probably mainly on the Portal, to be honest. Just one of those games, I reckon. I thought you were using a Portal. Nah, I don't have a Portal yet. Our internet in Australia is not strong enough yet. Sadly, so I haven't got it done yet. I wish, though. But yeah, it's just a bit of fun. How's Warframe going at the moment, fam? I'm doing 2 ultra rare platinums right now, actually. Funny enough, I started Chivalry 2 as well the other day. Last Thursday. Because I'm a psychopath and I did it in my spare time. Which I have little of, to be honest. I'm gonna need to hire another 2 janitors. Fuck me, man. Honestly. Pretty much reduced how much I play it. Oh, that's good then. Not taking over your time completely. Have one of the grinding parts out of the way. Oh, that's good then. God, it feels good when you get that out of the way, eh? And you can chill out. Sometimes the grind is fun though, you know, as well at the same time. So it's like that balance, isn't it? Bruh. Takes so long, this one. Alright, what else we got? Oh, it's not done yet still? Fucking hell. There we go. Diagnostics, maintenance. Let's do treatment, actually. There we go. And that'll help with the cure of the patients, and then I'll throw some statues done, and I'll be done with this 1-star hospital today. I'll do the 3 stars at a later stage, so like this is just the first stage. I'd say each level honestly takes like, fuck me, depending on difficulty, takes like 2 to 3 hours minimum. So there's like I think 30 or 40 hospitals in the game. Put these fucking foxes everywhere. These fucking ghosts though, bro. They're such a pain in the ass. Keep fucking spawning, dude. The foxes are so much harder to like place though. Jesus, look in there. That'll help a little bit. Come on, man. Cool. That's the 3 people. I need two more nurses, maybe? Or were they all in training? Maybe they were all in training, were they? Ah, yeah, that's okay. But better nurses were anyway. I mean, look at that. Fuck me, man. Just for now, I gotta place these down for the objective, and I'll delete them at a later stage. So the scenario itself is the one that keeps on spawning ghosts. Yeah, basically, yeah. I'm in a haunted mansion that I turned into a hospital, basically. It's like an old castle, apparently. And the people that die in it turn into ghosts as well. So they'll just keep spawning them. It makes it really dirty as well in the fucking hospital. That's what all that orange shit is. It's actually ghost crap. So I gotta make sure to like constantly clean it and make it look pretty, which is impossible unless I spam these fucking statues everywhere, which looks stupid. But the game is like still like early like AI in this one. So it doesn't realize I'm just like spamming this shit down. But I know how to break this game, but some of the newer games are like way harder. Like the sequel to this, Campus. Nice, there's a trophy. Campus, and then Museum is way harder than this. Lurking while walking to work. All good, fam. Enjoy your work. Travel safe, fam. Maybe don't want to AB. But yeah. Damn, we're on 18.5 million too. I think there's one here that I'm missing. I don't want to do this one. It's a pain in the ass. And then I've got to do this city, and that's the main game done. So I think it's this bit, the city, and then I'm done. And then I've got the DLC to start as well afterwards, which is this one. I think there's 4 or 5 DLC packs I got to do. And then I got 100% all of the fucking hospitals too, which are a pain in the ass to do. But anyway, we'll save real quick. And we'll switch games. But I get really addicted to it because, like, I think I started this on Sunday when I wasn't feeling well. Off the top of my head, I think. And I've put 22 hours into it already, I'm pretty sure. Since Sunday. Because I couldn't play Rhapsody. Because I got to do that on stream. So I had to do something when I was sick. So did that instead. That's a lot. Yeah. Yeah, I've still been playing when I've been unwell. I just like haven't been playing normal games I should be playing, really. I'm just going to grab some water real quick and get some go to the toilet, is what I mean. I'm such a fucking idiot. But this is what we got going on with this game too. So I've been doing this one as well in my spare time. I started this last Thursday. This one here. Oh shit, they put Thrillville on here. I did not know that. They remastered that. That game is so hard on the PS2. So we're like nearly there with the base game of this game, to be honest. There's obviously some of the harder ones. These are just end game stuff, like all of the gold stars. This is a challenge I got to do for the platinum. And then just basic stuff that I need to do, basically. Just beat the story, basically, and then 100% the story. I would say maybe another 20 or 30 hours. Probably longer, honestly, in the base game. And then, as I said, there's a shitload of DLC I gotta do. Which, again, is just beating the levels. But they're so time-consuming. I tried one yesterday. And then Shiv 2 is also an ultra rare platinum. So this one's 3.6%. It's an absolute bastard. Because it's... I love this game with all my heart. But the main reason I haven't done it is because there's glitches on it. So these trophies at the top here... win 25 times on these 4 maps. There's nearly 60 maps in the game now. They just keep making the fuckers. I think there's like 60 including, but there's like 40 just in this game mode here. So the RNG of even getting the maps, because they try to push the newer maps out, basically, like purposely give you the newest maps. It's just a thing that, you know, new multiplayer games tend to do. So it became impossible after like 6 months to even get these 4 maps anymore. Like even my old account, on my old Purge Mist account, I've got like 60, 80 hours on this game, and I don't even have any of these at 15 wins, let alone 25. But someone on here the other day made a boosting session, and he rented a server and put these 4 maps in rotation. That I was just randomly looking at this game, basically. But he put these 4 games in rotation, was like, oh, you can get all the fucking trophies in like 6 hours, because like basically they rotate after every 20 seconds. You just switch to the winning team. It's kind of like boosting it, basically, but the game is literally impossible otherwise. Like I've played 20 hours on top of this right now. I haven't actually played on any of these maps since coming back to the game. Like that's how bad the RNG is, basically. But anyway, I got those 4 ultra rares. And then I've been working on the miscellaneous trophies basically around it as well. Some of these have been fucking bastards to do. But I've gotten them done. Deflect 100 projectiles is just natural. Same with the count of 200 attacks. I've been using an archer mainly, so I haven't had the chance to do that. But the biggest thing we got to grind for is I need 2,000 kills to plat the game, which is like... Yeah, it's a bastard, but I'm going to do them naturally. I can actually probably hop into a custom game and get 100 kills a game. And it would take me around 8 hours of grinding, I reckon. I would get this done. But we're going to do it naturally. But I average about 20 kills a game if I'm playing well. Online, because some people are crazy at this game. So this will probably take me like 60 hours to do, I'm not going to lie. And then 15 enemies with bread will be my final trophy. For the platinum is basically the idea. But I'm not going to pop this platinum anyway until after the alphabet challenge, so it's just my fun game, basically. Bread as in the edible bread? Yeah, you can pick up bread off a table and kill someone with it. It's pretty funny. I've done it before.
I don't even know if you've realized this. You've already killed...
It's a good game, dude. Full on. But yeah. I've popped a few more games. I was trying to do War in the North with Banana the other day. We're trying to get the last trophy for him, and we just can't get it. The game's broken. We literally did the trophy like 6 times. Nah, fuck that. Probably like 12 times over an hour. And we just couldn't get it the other night. I was literally losing my shit at like 4 in the morning. So I need to get back to that at some point. But anyway, I'm just going to go to the toilet and get some water real quick. But those are the games we're currently working on. I'll be back in a second.
Yeah, if you spoke to an NPC before Morwing, they would join you in the fight. Yeah, so the first time I did that fight, I wasn't alone. I had this guy Matt Greenmore join me to fight some randos in the Citadel. So, do you know who that is? It hurts that you don't know these characters' names. Those two are a legend if we're talking about the same person. Maybe you're talking about someone else.
Sorry, guys. I ran out of juice. But yeah, with bread. But some of the trophies in this game, I've gotten really lucky with chivalry too. Like how some of these I've done, like some are extremely like all luck based, and I've gotten really lucky with a lot of them. I'm tempted to do this as my 50th, but I would have to boost and kind of like cheat my way through it, which I don't feel right doing. But some of these trophies that I got, I've been absolutely so lucky it's not even funny. Like, where is it? The 50 kills of the siege is fucked because it glitches. And oh yeah, this one, kill an enemy with a projectile from over 100 meters was fucked. I literally get to shoot halfway across the map for arrow, and you got to pray to God an enemy is there, and then arrows don't kill people even if they hit them in the head. You need to do damage for them. So I had to have enough luck where one of my teammates would hit an enemy twice, and then be able to hit them from 100 meters away, halfway across the map, and pray that the arrow would hit them. I was looking this up yesterday. I did this yesterday when I was like not feeling well. I was like, oh fuck it, I'll just do it while I'm watching some Twitch, because I've been watching streamers. I just haven't been saying anything. And people like spent hours doing it, and I did it in 10 minutes, and I was so I nearly cried. That's RNG as fuck. And the worst thing about why this platinum is already like fucked, because it's like it's just hard in general, and people are psychos at this game. But the biggest thing is the tracking breaks on this game. So it happened to me yesterday. But basically, at some point, your trophies can completely corrupt, or your game can corrupt, and you don't earn any more tracking to anything you do in the game. So, for instance, I've got 500 kills in this game. It could glitch today, and it will stop tracking the kills. So I could literally be on the 2000, and I could be at 1,900, and it'll just stop. And the only way to fix it is you delete your saved file on the game and restart the whole game. Restart the entire grind. Yo, Jed, what's going on, fam? How you doing today? How you doing, Jed? I hope you're doing well. What's going on? God. Watching Rye play Where the Winds Meet, the game is so beautiful. It's bullshit. It's why it's so rare. That's the main reason. The game is so broken. The rarity of this platinum's only going to go, like, higher. Like, I think it'll be, like, in the 2%ers at some point. Because it's just so broken. If mine breaks at any point, I will be just doing the boosting. I'm not fucking doing it twice. But we'll do it naturally for now. Doing great. How are you? I'm not too bad, fam. Just vibing out and grinding. What are you up to? We're 45 out of 42. But yeah, it's bullshit, Spicy. If that happens, I'll probably cry, to be honest. I'll sit down one day and I'll do all 2,000 in one sitting. You're just doing some reading? Oh, nice. What are you reading? Right now, Blood Over Bright. Haven. Interesting. Oh, that sounds interesting. Is it good? Oh, shit. Alright. You're enjoying it? It sounds good. I wish I could read more. Just need to make the time. Oh, you little shit. Oh. I hate the shield, but I need the shield for the trophy. But it gets in the way so often. It's irritating as hell. Shit. And I'm dead. Got some aggressive players on today. Damn it. Everyone was chill yesterday too. I hate when that happens. You hear no game audio? Yeah, I got nothing on at the moment. I can put some on though. It's just because I was playing 2 Point Hospital. Hang on. Give me a second. Damn it. Teammate got in the way and I hit him. Shit. I didn't know if it was on purpose or not. Oh, no, you're all good. Yeah. It was just because I was playing 2 Point before. Holy shit, dude. That was so loud. Let's turn it down to 50. Ah, there we go. You can hear the pains of my enemy. Morning. Good morning, Sophie. How you doing, fam? Hope you're doing well today. Damn it. Charge! I love that emote. Yeah, but that happens if you like, what do you call it? Like retreating or like abandoning the map, or you're like out of the map. You'll just end up killing yourself, which is crazy business. It was so hard leaving the warm toasty bed today. I feel that. Fuck. Maybe I'll turn it down a bit more. I feel like it's really loud. I'll turn it down a little bit more, just to 40, I reckon. 40 is good. The FUDs of, like, you hitting people are so loud in this game.
Do I have to, my lord?
Come on. Oh, bro. I tried this game when it was free. This shit is so hard. Oh my god, it takes forever. I played a lot on my old account. I played the first one and the second one. But the first one I played a lot of. And, like, once you get used to it, it's so intense. Like, playing against people who are experienced. Because, like... Ugh. Yeah, shit. It's not helping I'm not using the class I want to, which is not helping. But yeah, it is hard. And so many good people are on this game as well, especially at the moment. there's just people sweating on the trophies trying to get 2,000 kills, and then the rest are just like people who've been playing since launch, so you just get your cheeks absolute spread. But I do enjoy it.
No more.
Damn it. Bro, I thought he got my arm then, but he didn't get my arm.
You are a total package. All you are missing is a good sidekick. Okay then.
They added so many more voice lines in this game. Goofed. What are we looking at? I got 6 kills. It's not too bad. The problem is as well, they added those takedowns. The takedowns used to actually count as kills on launch day, and they changed that, which is like, yeah. Sucks. Especially since like takedowns are kind of touchy sometimes. Like even if you do like majority of the damage, it should give you the kill. It doesn't always. Fuck. It's just crossplay? It is, yeah. Yeah. It was one of the first crossplay new gen games, actually. This one. PC players are cracked on this game, too. Shit. Oh, good game for community night. Yeah, well, that's kind of the idea, like, if some people have it. It was free on Epic about a month ago. So, if people got it, then they could play it. But, yeah.
We must defend the barricades.
But I think so. I think it's a great game.
Oh, now look, I've got blood on my trousers.
Oh, I've lost both my arms. Damn it. Fucking hell. I lost both my arms, so I couldn't punch. I was like, what the hell's going on? Is the game glitching?
Hurry on! Oh, yeah! That's on me. Some parting advice. Being a prick doesn't make yours any bigger. You're mighty tough.
Ow, bro.
You left a mark. That was really thoughtful of you, my lord.
Bugger. Wait, is there a crossbow up top? No crossbow. Nah. Oh, there's rocks there. Nice. Right, it's so hard to hit them, holy shit. What? That was surely it.
Everybody, please stop screaming and shouting for just a second. You can all
Nice.
hear myself
Come on. Ah, I'm out of rocks. Oh, I broke my leg. That was stupid. Damn it. I wish that rock killed him. 60 damage. He must have just healed himself as I hit him, which is stupid unlucky.
Brothers, we must defend the gate.
Certainly, sire.
Yes!
This is my birthday!
Fuck yeah. Something to let me go. Mr. Chubbs. Bugger. Yeah, 20 takedowns and 9 kills is like a little bit frustrating. That's what I mean. Like, not all your kills are always going to count. Whether you have like the most damage or like the last hit, sometimes it just doesn't.
Our gate is being destroyed.
Oh, shit. Didn't mean that. Holy shit. Someone fucking just catapulted the crap out of us. He took his team out and everything. Fucking hell. Where the hell was that from? Must have been over there. Bugger.
The masons have breached the main gate.
Dig a little deeper now.
Defend the Duke with our very lives!
Shit. Sudden love for you. Sudden love for you. Take all the fun. Dig a little deeper now. Dig a little deeper now. Hey, buddy. Bugger. Don't even wanna need it. Dig a little deeper now. Bugger. First team, all yeet.
Our Duke has been badly wounded. Stand and defend the nobility. The Duke must survive.
Damn, perfect counter, but no damage. Interesting.
On your feet. Our Duke has been badly wounded.
Oh wow, he's doing the ducking. Bro, that is one sweaty motherfucker. Doing the crouching and uncrouching. Holy shit. That new strat is fucking mental. He dodges like all my swings and like raises up to hit me. It is realistic to be fair, but still, it's fucking crazy.
Come on, you must stay up. Oh, you're big time, huh? Hey. Ow! Oh, that's gonna leave him bruised.
Bugger. Archers are so good in this map too. I'm surprised not many people are playing as them.
Time's up.
Far out. It's a fuckfest. Well, is he gonna hold on? 5 seconds. Oh, he's gonna make it. Wow, we won. Jesus, dude. I can't believe we won that just then. Oh, there's a guy for an archer there. Nice. What we get? 14 kills and 35 takedowns. Yes, I think 50 kills was really accessible. I have gotten the 50 kills trophy, but it's just like easier if I could, you know. So we only deflected like 2 or 3 projectiles, but we did a few counters there as well. The 11 out of 100 is wrong, by the way, because it's 200. It goes off like the 100. The PlayStation counter, I just they've never updated it basically. So it's kind of broken.
The breach of Bodwin.
And we're on 510 out of 1,000 kills right now. Jesus, man. Is on the concrete, legs are left around. It's all turning on there. I'll probably play for like an hour or two, and then I'll switch back to Mile Rhapsody, I think. We'll try to finish the second game today, or the first of the 2 games, and then I'll move on to the next one next time. I just want to get some kills today. I woke up a little late today, otherwise I probably would have got 150 kills today.
Tenosians spotted out in the dunes. Brace for contact. They are escorting siege craft. Stop them from moving any further.
Bugger. Alright, I'm starting to get the counters down a little bit better. They don't always do as much as you want them to. They used to be really overpowered, actually. But, I'm starting to get used to it again.
I shall make it so. Look out!
I can't believe they still haven't fixed the crouching in this game yet, though. That used to be like an old strat they used to do so long ago. It's insane it's still so powerful. Like that guy fighting on his fucking knees just then. It's ridiculous it works, but with the longer armed weapons, they're so overpowered. If you know how to like time your blocks and stuff, just like, it's so good. Bugger. I think I would have counted 2 of those because I wasn't facing him directly. It was harder to hit him. Bugger. Won't leave you alone. Shit. Should have thrown my shield. 2011 Toyota Yaris. What a machine. What a name, too. Bugger. We're getting a bit better though. Some of these guys are really good today.
Have reached our walls.
Bugger.
Clear the walls and protect
I was just trying to fucking... I was trying to actually just cheese him into just stabbing. I could have killed him too, but... I was countering him perfectly, so I was like, yes! Keep using that fucking stupid stab. The stab is very good if you know what you're doing, but still. Fuck. Daddy killed me, apparently. That's great. That's good stuff right there. What a name. Fucking hell, dude. The guy knew as well. Like, he was waiting for his friends. It's well played. It is Gordo.
Our defenses are falling. Safeguard our siege weapons. For Malric! The wall is lost. Fall back to the bazaar.
Sorry, guys. Just talking to Rokoi.
Hold the bazaar.
She's
Bar
making
the
baked
enemy from the
potatoes for
town.
dinner. shit. Dun, dun, dun. Bugger. What do we got? With 7 kills already. That's better than last game already, which is nice. I like this map though. It's good. The attackers are really aggressive on this one though, but I'm not a big fan of being an attacker on this map. I like the last map, the Dark Forest, being an attacker though.
They nearly have control of the bazaar! Yes. Just dreadful. I am not finished here.
Oh, suck shit.
Nothing doing.
No!
Been overrun. Retreat.
Yes, I killed him with my fist.
Patience to the courthouse.
On the ground.
Keep it clear of Tenosian scum.
Not Ebony. Okay.
We must hold that courthouse.
Oh. Shit. I didn't think he was going to come from behind.
To the town hall immediately.
Oops, sorry, mate.
I am not finished here.
Oh, shit. They both went around my shield just then. Another game I was considering doing was Battlefront 2, but the problem is with that game is it's not crossplay, which is really frustrating. Oh, I didn't realize he was behind me. But I was thinking about doing it. Battlefront 1 apparently is still active too to an extent, but you gotta boost the DLC, which is like a little annoying. I'm not the biggest fan of boosting stuff with people, unless it's like really broken. The only game I've really boosted properly is Far Cry, because I had to ask people to come play. But that's it though, it wasn't even a boosting, it was just like asking people to come play games. I just said, there's 4 of us online right now. Come join in if you want to. And then like 20 people jumped on, which was mental.
They have stormed the hall! Kill them all! The courthouse has fallen. They have established a foothold. The Tenosians are targeting the bulwark. Stop their bombards.
Shit. Wheatbix is like the name is so ridiculous, dude. I wonder if that axe is still overpowered. That shit was so broken at early game. Oh, the charge and then just throwing the fucking shield at his head. Holy man. Bugger. I wonder if that's a DLC skin, that one. I haven't seen that character before. Oh shit. It's gonna listen to some Rise Against, I think. A bit of a change up just to do some rock, I think. Oh wow, we're actually up there now. Wow. My god, that person's rank 1000. He's max rank. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. I can't even imagine how many hours that takes. I think my last account I was on 200-300 maybe, but still. The levels get so hard. Oh my fucking god. I think because I just hit that cannonball, it exploded and took out everybody just then. Oh no, someone hit us with the cannon. Never mind. Alright. Let's go again. Oof, there goes my head. That guy is aggressive as. I couldn't read him.
Don't let them use those bombards!
Bugger. Bro got killed after trolling 07. Yeah. Oh, that's the final one. Damn, we got 16 kills that game. I'm really happy with that. That might be one of the better games I've done. That's much better. A lot more counters too, which is really nice. I think we got 16 counters there that game. The deflections, I might have to the deflections I might have to boost in some way, shape, or form, I think. They don't seem to be always tracking, which is a problem. So I might have to find a way around it. Sadly. You gotta get this game ASAP. Did you check if you added it on Epic by any chance? I think it was free like a month or two ago. It's also like cheap as fuck on G2A as well. I'm looking at it for like 8 USD if you don't want to get a if you don't want to buy the game properly. Not properly, but through Steam. It's like 12 bucks on G2A at the moment for the Steam key. Oh well, thanks Steam for it. Yeah, that's the better way to do it, I think.
After weeks of siege, today we take the castle. Brothers, we must push those siege towers.
Damn, this guy's got some good deflecting going on. Holy shit.
I'm a one-armed man. No.
I went to heal and he's like, no. Fucking hell. I just wanted to see whether I could heal or not. I forgot whether that would happen or not. No. Right, sorry, I was just replying to someone. Damn it. I really should, like, fix my skins up a bit, too. Just takes a fair... Holy fucking shit. Someone got catapulted. I reckon it's gonna have to deal with like connection as well. Like if they're not on like good connection, I won't be able to counter them properly. Ow. counted 2 of those, but it didn't work properly. And then he did the laugh, dude. What an asshole. This guy is so sweaty. He just dodged that fucking arrow. What a psychopath, dude. Some people have played the game just too much. There's no other words for it, really, is there? Oh, hang on. What's this guy doing over here? Righto, brother.
They're coming right for us.
You would make a wonderful field commander, but you probably get that from all the schools.
Oh, do you always play first-person view? Sometimes with Archer I don't, and sometimes with the. Trying to think. There's another class I don't always do either, but it kind of depends on how serious I'm being and like if I'm being sweaty or not. I guess you could say. Hope you're doing well today, though, Elite Spy. How's it going, fam? But yeah, what is it? Footman. Yeah, so Footman and Archer, I sometimes do third person. And then first person with the rest sometimes. I switch it over.
You are a total package. All you are missing is a good sidekick.
I gotcha. I've always just liked third person on all. Yeah, I respect it. Third person is good. I actually switch between them quite often. I've been playing more first person recently, though.
It is hard no.
On the first game, I played a lot of third person, though. Like, I played third person majority of the original game. No! Yeah, the first game was really good for third person. And the first person wasn't very good, apart from being an archer. If I do 1v1s, I'll go first. Yeah. Yeah, I think they're better. Same, we just got to get used to it from then. Yeah, I feel that.
Capture the castle walls!
Oh no! He dodged it at the last second! Well played, well played. Well played. Damn, that guy's good. I do miss the first game still, though. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I love this game. I think it's great. But the first game just holds a special place in my heart. I think there may be some modded servers and stuff for it, but yeah, it's such a good game. Bugger. I was hoping he would keep letting me boost some counters off him and slip up eventually. Enough people going up that way. We'll go the other way. Bugger. Ugh. Yeah, so one of our team's got 20 kills. Someone's doing well. Just got a friend to play the game for the first time tonight. It was fun time teaching him. Oh, yeah. It's such a good game to have with friends. It's hard to get people into it, like, because it is, like, a little bit of a leap, but it's such an interesting, unique game. Did they end up liking it? It's good variety of the weapons and the things you can kill people with, like the shovel and like even just killing people, like throwing stuff at them, rocks and all these different stuff. Like, it's always good fun. I plan to try to make a lot of people plan to make a fair few people try to play this game because it is very good. I do talk about it quite often, but I haven't played it for a while. Kick him off! Oh, he made it! Oh my god, bro. Took him 20 minutes to do the tutorial. Oh shit, yeah. He got the hang of it after a couple hours. Yeah. It takes time. Even coming back to the game after, like, I think it's been 3 or 4 years since I've played. It takes a fair while to get used to the timing and everything again. I'm still not used to it, to be honest, either. Unlucky. No! Shit! That was silly from me.
Ooh, that sounds nice. That was completely intentional.
Oh.
Sounds good to me.
Keep fighting, brother. The wall is nearly ours.
Nice.
The walls are ours.
Oh, fuck me. I should have commended him there. That was my mistake. Oh no, there goes my shield. Unlucky. All the weapon variety keeps me busy. I tend to lean towards the big swords, though. Yeah, they're just so good, aren't they? I love the Love the range. My favorite is the footman. I really like the footman a lot. I'm not the biggest fan of this shield, but I need to deflect a lot of arrows for a trophy at the moment. But I do like the classic poleman. And the sledgehammer is really fun too. What the hell was with that dodge? Oh, it's such a good dodge. It's so broken, fam. No, die! Fuck! Damn it, dude! That's what I mean. I'm getting too addicted to the counters at the moment. I've gotten a fair few this game though, which has been great. But I need to actually just remember to play the game too. I really like the archer, to be honest, but like the archer can be so hard, and if you're not feeling it for the day as well, it is so hard to play as an archer. Bugger. Gotta bite their ankles. Man, I'd love if you could bite people in this game. That'd be sick, actually. I think this is a good segue, this platinum, though, because then I might move into Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 after this. My next long game as well. Holy shit. Something about two Highland swords clashing in battle gives me a feeling no other game does. It gets intense, hey. I was saying this yesterday, but it's like a chiller version of For Honor. For Honor was so intense with the duels, but this game is so much fun when you're dueling with people. It's amazing, the 1v1s. But even when there's multiple people fighting and everyone's deflecting perfectly, it's amazing. It's just such good fun. Like, it's good. So I feel you on that one. My business plan for Taco Shop is going to go crazy by the end of this fucking class. Hell yeah, dude. You going to start up like a van or something? Bro, I would love to eat some of your tacos, Retro, for real. One day I'll try them. Oh, shit. I got destroyed. Oh, shit. What are you calling your business, Retro?
Amazing! Would you give me a few pointers? I mean, suggestions, not like painful stabbing. No, thank you, my lord.
He was covered in blood and I couldn't see the teammate thing. So he looked like the enemy. I know, like, my teammates ran past, but, like, you'd be surprised how much that happens in this game. So many people miss, like, enemies. No! Probably. That's how people will know it will bust, for real. Oh, probably. Is that what the name's called? There's some armors where it is actually hard to tell, especially if they are burnt or bloody or burnt. For real, yeah, some of the skins, like, coming back, some of the skins you can equip are so confusing. Like, some of them, they look really cool, but I wouldn't equip them because I was like, a few of them are green or yellow, and there's obviously a few times the enemies and stuff, and I was like, you don't even know sometimes. They look good though, so I get why people put them on.
As you wish, sire.
Oh.
Absolutely, Curtis.
Come on. No, there's one behind. No. That emote's great. Whose is that one? Stream database. What a fucking emote. Now I want a screaming emote. Oh wow, it's just literally like a heap of other stuff. Is it 24/7 badge information? Interesting. Huh, never seen that before. Ooh. People are so inventive with emotes. It's amazing. I always love seeing them. Oh, that hit you. Shouldn't have thrown my shield. I got pretty much split in half though. That's alright. You could get it on BTV or 7TV. They just copy pasted it. Ah, yeah, fair. 7TV and BTVV. I've had a lot of issues with streaming with it. Sadly, it's had some issues recently. So that's why I do have some, but they don't always work. It's a lot of effort to like try to fix it. But they've had some issues recently, the past like year or so. Go on. Ugh. What are we doing? 14 kills, 30 takedowns. It's not too bad. Then someone has 37 on their team. Clem Daddy. I haven't seen them yet, so they must be like... They must be an archer, are they? Tell you what, throwing the shield at someone is peak, bro. I'm not gonna lie, the way they flop after it is crazy funny. It's hilarious, dude. Look, throwing stuff in the ragdoll in this game is amazing. The way they fly is mental. It's probably pretty accurate sometimes to an extent, honestly, as well. With like the catapults and stuff. Your body probably would just go flying like that.
God, that's gonna leave him bruised.
No! Woofed. Got overrun. What the hell? Did not expect to see him doing that just then. I got a 9-piece catapult kill yesterday. My jaw dropped. Oh, there's actually no better feeling than like doing that many kills. That's insane though. Did you follow like the catapult as you fired it? That would have been insane to watch. That's the one thing I do remember about this game. My friends getting absolutely destroyed by those massive ballistas. That body flew. Yeah, for real. They're not as overpowered anymore, the way I can, from what I've seen so far. But they are hilarious when they hit people properly. Nah, Century Rocks, and the third one was money? That's crazy. I should use the catapults more. They are a lot of fun to use.
Brothers, the siege rams have reached the keep. Brothers, we must capture the courtyard.
That evil laugh? I don't know if anyone heard that. Oh, unlucky, my dude. What team damage? Oh, someone must have been behind me. Oh shit, that's what, there it is there. That was my shield. Just got taken out. Did that not kill that guy? No! I thought it hit him, but it didn't. Bugger. That was close. I know, we were just talking about the ballista, and then he literally just destroyed my... It actually scared me a little bit. I thought I was dead for sure. I forgot the shields can do that. That's what I need, though, for the deflections as well. Nice. Couple of enemies typed in chat saying they were going to have PTSD from that shot. Well, the catapults are so funny, too, because you just walk it along and then just like, bang! I can imagine, though. I definitely wouldn't be walking that way on the map for, like, probably forever, honestly. I would never walk the same way ever again. I'd be going a different way every time. Oh, the shovel's unlocked. Nice. Can I use that on with the shield? It's not very good though, if I remember correctly. The shield, the shovel. No, I can't. Damn. Is it on this guy? Yeah. I remember the shield not being that good actually, which sucked. It was good fun. Good fun to use though. No shield could stop a ballista. No way. Yeah, pretty wild. I remembered it last time when I was. I remembered it happened a few the other time. No, okay. Oh my god. That was sick. God, the sledgehammers are so much fun. Or the hammers, I should say. Good info to know for sure, for real. Yeah, especially if someone's really good on the ballista. There's a few people that are insane on them. I haven't ran into a good archer for a while in this game, actually. Which has been good. I do like the archers, but holy, man. My mate used to be really good at being an archer. That's all he would play. Glad I stopped it to chat. Learned a great tip. I appreciate it, fam. I don't think you'll be learning much else, to be honest. It'll just be running around like an idiot. Woofed. I tried Arch for the match. The panic when someone started rushing me. For real. There's nothing better, actually, than being an archer, though. And they charge you. And they don't realize you have a crossbow. And you just get them straight in the head. You can definitely feel the rage on the other side of the screen. Yeah, that guy's not even, like, fighting anybody. Just gotta accept your fate sometimes, you do, yeah. Oh my god, bro. It's like I couldn't hit him and he couldn't hit my mate. God, it's so humid today. Holy man. Nope. Okay. Oh. I did kick him, but he didn't go very far, sadly. Well played by him. Should have known he was going to do over the head.
Not happening.
What did we get? We got 23 kills, 44 takedowns. Damn, someone got 81 by the end. Holy shit. That Wheatbix went crazy that game. Nice, we increased in level. Nice. How are we looking for the trophy? Nice, 550. I kind of want to get to 750 today, but I don't think we will, sadly. The counters went up a lot, though. I think we got like nearly 40 counters that game. That's good. I've been running into people who spam kicks, people who do that enrage me. Yeah, I feel that. People have been doing that a lot recently, and then they do an overhead afterwards, after like the second or third kick. They are a little broken, especially on certain characters. Yeah, the kicks definitely seem to be the way against me for shield too, because once I lose my shield, I'm fucked basically.
Our people suffer. Yet the lion's whelp dares to strike now. You have no play, boy. Charge now, my masons. Clear the rats from their nests. For the red and black. Overwhelm the Agathian positions. Oh, Gramercy!
Shit. Well, they gave it to a good player, apparently.
This is a most flaccid display of soldiering. Get it together.
Damn it. It was worth getting damage on all of them, but... Man. TTV, single Pringle. Right. Thank you for the lurk there, Zofia. I appreciate it, fam. Ah, damn it.
These Quislings refuse to live in harmony under my rule. They will dissonance. The siege
hang
machine
on.
must not reach our
Well, thank you so much for the follow there, fam. I really appreciate it, Elite Spy. Thank you so much. Oh, my goodness. Should have been watching. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Are we losing frames, or... Am I tripping? Oh, no, we're okay. No! Damn it! Hey, Rare Wheat, thank you so much for the follow there, fam. I hope you're doing well today. Of course, fam. It's a vibe in here. I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Oh. Where are they going over there? I don't think I've played on this map before, actually. If I'm gonna be honest. Maybe I've attacked on this map, actually. That's probably why. Oh, shit. The fight on the bridge here is awesome. I was just thinking the bridge reminds me of Lord of the Rings: The Two Towers. Which is awesome. Oh, they're rocks to throw down. There are. Oh, damn it.
We defend the kingdom from Tenota.
Bro, they've all landed directly on top even though I haven't thrown them near it. God damn it, dude. Ah, fuck it. Bugger. None of those rocks landed, sadly. That sucks.
Stop them now.
I guess maybe they did that on purpose, maybe. I'm not sure.
The gate is lost! Fall back and regroup the city! Bolts are on defensive! These muley kittens will never take Trajan Citadel!
Pillow rocks? Yeah. They're cool how they explode. I wish they would do more damage. But the way they just float is crazy. I miss the hot oil from the first game. That was so much fun getting so many people at, like when they didn't know about it.
Are explosive, you simpleton! Do not allow any more through!
Ooh. Yes, I'm surprised it didn't make it into this game. The fire was always a pain. Oh, the fire, yeah. Yeah, it was. Yeah, I'm surprised it did too, but I guess it was kind of broken too if you timed it right. Because I used to play with a fair few people, so we would communicate when to do it perfectly. And it was so good. But that's probably why. That's it was so overpowered. But maybe, hopefully they add it eventually, but I don't know if they will. They haven't really added much to this game for a while, have they? Was it April last year was the last big change up?
Very bad.
You would attempt to destroy a work of art?
Before they explode!
Oofed. I'm getting destroyed on this one. Doesn't lose support from the deads. I do. I'm glad that you can still rent servers or like set up servers like the old game. I'm hoping they make that free again, like the first one, but we'll see. Hey, Jesus, dude. But that's one of the main reasons I've come back to it as well, is because I'm starting to get worried about that happening. They did make this free on Epic not long ago, but I don't think it got as much players on as they were hoping, sadly. So if they do give up on it, I hope they just give like full access to the community for free. Damn it! Shouldn't have rezzed him. Damn, these guys are cooking on this team, on the other team.
Back to the courtyard! Settle the new perimeter! Stand and fight! Reform the line! Disappoint me no further and defend the courtyard! The order stands here!
Nice. Ow. Your compassion cost you your life? Yeah. How? Nice, that's better. Satch's life, nice. Oh, just healed in time. Holy shit. Thank you so much for the luck, fam. I appreciate it. I've got to get some shut-eye. All good, fam. Sleep well. Thank you so much for the follow again, and it's been nice chatting to you. Have a good night, fam. Damn it. That's a bit better. We've got a few more kills there. Some more takedowns. Oofed. Broccoli. My worst enemy. Oh, he deflected that. Nice. I deserved to die there. I got too cocky. I gotta be more patient. I just wanted to kill really badly. Which doesn't help, to be honest.
These quicks will doom the kingdom to fall to Tenosa!
Malric! In the name of Argon, the first of his name, cast down your sword, or die in disgrace!
Argon, you toddler. Come, I will reunite you with your father. You know naught of duty or honor. You would risk the kingdom's very existence.
Your
And for what?
dismissal is the will of the
Birthright?
people. It is my duty to bring them justice.
Cannot even
I reckon there's a map like this in the first game as well.
I have made for this kingdom.
The original one was so much better though.
Sacrificed our very ideals for this illusion of security. For that, you must die.
Shit.
Child, you would doom this land.
Malric, your ageist insults will not stay my hand.
Oh, you petulant fool. It matters not who wins this day.
Did you 100% the first game? No. It wasn't possible by the end of it. Let me try to find it. After this, I'll see if the... I don't think you can see the trophies anymore, sadly, either.
How far you have fallen.
But it was removed completely from PlayStation. Like, removed completely.
Repelling the foreign horde. This is bigger.
In the end, before I could get to it. But, like, it was impossible to do...
The promise of Agatha.
It was impossible to do with the servers that we had. I tried to boost it a little bit. Not boost it, but, like, try to set it up to be able to do it. But it just... It was insane. like, I played hundreds of hours. I think I played like 300 hours of it. And like, I got nowhere near some of the trophies, because like, you need to fully level up all the different types and like of sorry. You need to level up all the different types of like classes that you can use, and sadly it would be mainly bots if anything, and then me and my mates sometimes would play against each other, and the bots would give you like a quarter of the XP that you would get from like a normal, you know, a normal player. So you would get no XP, so you wouldn't be able to level up everything properly, because it would take like over 100 hours per class, because they were just all bots, sadly. And that was like the first roadblock, and then there's like so many other problems with it. There was an active community for like 18 months that I was a part of, and then it died in the end, sadly. I killed our king to lose. But yeah. I only got a few trophies on it, but it's ultra rare. I remember everyone boosting it. 16 hours is the biggest load of shit ever. Like ever. But this was in 2015 as well. This is when the game was actually active. This game was active for like 6 months, where they actually had like a really good group. And then, yeah, it was just impossible. But you need to like fully max level everybody, gather experience, like all of them. But yeah, that's mainly what you had to do. All swords, I think you needed like 500 kills with each weapon to level them up fully, just to begin with. It was insane, actually. I mean, if somehow you would be able to do the service for this again, I would do it. I don't think I can't even download it anymore. I think you're able to do this offline now. I don't know, actually. Yeah, it's unattainable. Oh, and the PS3 version's different, apparently. The PS3 version of the game's actually easier. I didn't even know there was a PS3 version of the game. Holy shit. Damn, well, I'm sorry to hear that, especially since you put time in there. Yeah, it was great. It was a great game, though. Like, it was fun to play casually, but I was an early trophy hunter there. Like, that year when I was playing, it was the first year I got my first platinum, so I was trying. If I hadn't, the servers went down abruptly as well. I was actually planning to go back to it, and they went down 2 years ago now. I thought I could hear someone that needed to be rezzed. Bro, try third person. It's better to see surrounds, but also more fun. Oh, I know it's better to play third person, but I enjoy playing first person with this class. Oofed. I just realized this album is finished. I need to change it. So this one.
Keep both cards rolling. We need those petards.
Bring them forward! The petard cart is halfway there! Keep pushing!
Well, at least you could make up that loss with this plat. Yeah, exactly. And this one's been on my backlog for quite some time. I've been needing to go back to it for ages. I need to fix it on my old account as well. So I want to get this one done because, as Elite Spy was saying, there are worrying signs of them removing complete support for this game. So I do want to get them done before it's even if a few of them are unobtainable. Not to say they will throw like full support because there's a lot of people still playing the game, but PC obviously takes priority because there's a bigger player base on PC. So PlayStation could get thrown to the dogs first. So I gotta make sure I get the trophies because trophy support's already not gonna lie, not the greatest to begin with since they haven't fixed many of them. So I gotta make sure to get this one out of the way so it doesn't annoy the shit out of me in a year or two.
Push either petard cart forward.
Thank you.
Oh, that's gonna leave him bruised.
Oofed.
Excellent! Petard carts are in position! Ready an assault on the walls! Use the petard carts on those walls to weaken them!
Shit. I didn't think he was gonna go after me there. Must have seen how low I was in health. Oh damn, that was a pretty cool one.
What a day.
Holy shit. Look at that cheeky fella up there.
breach it again! Penetrate those walls!
Shit. Should have pulled back somehow and healed. I just haven't been up in this tower before. I didn't really know where to go. It's my own fault.
Into the breach! Open that portcullis! It is their last line of defense!
Oofed. Ballista, eh?
You left a mark.
Oh shit, I forgot about that. That happened to me last time I was on this map actually.
Absolutely curtains.
Who started laughing when that guy fell in the hole? I think one of the enemy team, characters, or one of our characters was laughing at his mate. So, like, because you can laugh through this. When people die. So someone would have purposely laughed just then. Smart asses. The timing was so good, though. It was so evil, that laugh, too. Honestly, probably one of our teammates there. That's the worst part. This game is cinema. It's so good, dude. If you get enough people, like, you don't have to be good at the game. The game is so hard, but the game is so much fun playing with with people, like so many people. It's an absolute blast mucking around. Sorry guys, dinner's ready. I'll have to go get it in a second after this game. Richard Head, nice. Dinner time, W. Hell yeah, fam. Hell yeah. We're gonna be having baked potatoes for dinner. Might watch some Rye while I'm eating, I reckon. Oh, he got me with the arrow, did he? Damn. $15 kills isn't too bad. I'm pretty happy with that so far. Hasn't been insane, but it's been an interesting match. Teabagging and laughing? Jesus, dude. And didn't even kill him either. Far out, dude. Ow, bro. That was rude.
Away!
Nice, well done by him. Sucky 4-5. Fucking god, dude. Alright, we're into the next stage. Nice. I haven't gotten this far with this one before.
Disable those pesky bombards by igniting their powder stores.
Ignite the explosives.
Use those stairs to reach their bombards. Ignite their powder stores to blow up those bombards.
Uncle! Uncle!
Yo, Jet, thank you so much for the sub, fam. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. You didn't need to do that. I really, really appreciate it, fam. Thank you so much. Oh, I thought it was going to explode. Just take it in the sides, don't mind me. Oof, you got me. Thank you seriously so much, fam. I really do appreciate that a lot. Thank you so much, fam. Holy, man. Sleepy Bobo. My shield couldn't take all three of those guys at once. Oh, nice hit. Oh, I nearly got him!
is on those that remain!
I really can't do this.
Oh my god, this is hectic, this one. I wonder if I should be patient and wait for them to come for me, but they're so, like, aggressive. Oh, nice! That's sick.
Longer in enemy hands! For Argon!
Oh, no. Don't let me down, down, down. Alright. How'd we go? Nice. We have 100 counters now. So I need another 100 to go. Deflected like 6 more projectiles, which is nice. And we're up to 580 kills. Like I said, I want to try maybe push to 750 today, but I don't know if we're going to make that, honestly. I'm just quickly going to go get my dinner. I've been watching Rye when I'm eating recently, so I'm going to put him on. And everyone, please go follow him if you are not already. I'll turn him up as well.
Here, this cursed manual is yours. I'll never look at it again.
Give him a shout out.
What's written in it?
I'll be 2
exactly?
seconds, guys.
I can't say I can. Mustn't even mention it.
Then why not destroy it?
How could we? It's the life's work of a sage. That would break my heart.
Well, Hu Wanchun's quarter is already gone.
What? You dolt! How did you?
My mistake. Sorry. Let's find young Shinsu. She's clever. Maybe she can fix it.
I hate that they have an adjective to describe them as their actual name. I hate it so much. What the fuck just happened? I accidentally landed in a boss fight. Fuck off. Please go away. That's a boss arena. I can't believe I just landed in it by accident. Good night. Samos is fighting a chicken on all fours. You did this quest? Okay. This quest isn't related to what we need to do. This quest is because I can't accept any more quests, supposedly. What you need to do is the food stall quest. You need to eat all the food that exists in the world. You did that quest?
I'm sorry. I shouldn't be in this world.
Wait, it's...
Terrible. She's gone mad too.
What is happening? Go to Peacebell Tower at the Hour of the Rat.
Oh dear. Shinsu already has 3/4 of the manual. I'm no match for her now.
3/4? How does she have 3?
I
I once let her glimpse the quarter I have. I think she memorized it. Luckily, this simpleton destroyed a quarter. We still have some chance. But, young wanderer, you're our only hope for tomorrow's clash of words.
Me? What can I do? Even you can't handle it.
I've regained my senses, but the manual's power remains. I'm no match for Shinsa now. You're different. You haven't read any of the manual. You might help Shinsa
The trophy
discover
we're
her
going
reason.
for is finishing the campaign
I sorely regret reading
on the
that
first
manual.
map,
Why don't you ask
the final
Master Hug to
campaign,
do it?
Him?
which is the rarest trophy
You
to
want
get
that
in the game,
simpleton to kill Shinsa?
because you need to do a bunch of requirements to unlock it. Here, Samus will show you. So if you go to Tales and Echoes, and if you go all the way to the right, you click on this, it will tell you what you need for the final ending. So I need all Dark Surge nodes. But as I said, I cannot get the quest, which is one of the requirements, because I have too many ongoing quests. So I'm going to try to wrap up a quest and see if that works.
Sorry guys, I'm back. Jesus. Blue Beat, welcome back. Thank you.
A G hour.
This is gonna be so hard to fucking eat on stream, dude.
I'm not sure. It's some sort of UI limitation, it feels like. She's using rebuttal. We're gonna provoke her. Here we go.
Me? Thanks.
So we just gotta be really dumb and childish. Confucius said, even the wisest can teach a fool. Beats me. I one-shot her.
I see. Well, young wanderer, would you like to see the true form of the manual?
You would let me?
Certainly. I've mastered its secrets now. I'll protect you from it.
The unspoken notes. Though arguing for argument's sake can be harmful, should we fear it? As the four great masters, we feel responsible for curbing this endless quarreling. We propose 3 strategies for future guidance. Use force, words or weapons, but when reason fails, strength may prove the point. Yet this rarely wins true respect, making it the last admirable
This
path.
game has the
Let it
dumbest
go,
amount
without
of
urge
like
to argue,
depth.
one
It's
remains
insane,
unharmed.
dude.
Without
Seriously.
Without clear right and wrong, disputes fade like wind over hills.
Welcome
This
to the Move
protects
fam. Oh
only
my god, I love
oneself.
this emote.
Thus,
The Let's Go emote.
average, rely
Hell
on
yeah.
reason. Though sophistry twists words,
You're on
true
delay, you're all
debate
good.
rests on logic. If all valued truth, senseless quarrels would collapse like rootless trees. These paths exist, yet restless minds chase fame, thinking pretty disputes equals greatness with no shortcuts. Who will devote themselves to real learning? What a shame. Okay.
What do you think of it, young wanderer?
I don't
If
know, man.
misused, this art could bring chaos to the Zhenghe, maybe the world, for all eternity.
Huizi said the word argue is poison to be feared. I think he was wrong. Use argument as a weapon, and you would wield its power. When you
We'll see
argue
if we go
about
back on
everything,
track.
You are invincible. The poison isn't arguing for argument's sake. Without critical thinking, it becomes biased. But there are 2 sides to everything. You fear the poison, you lose the power. We scholars are the vessels for the principles of the world. We must be fearless. And thus, After much research and discussion, I have found the way. The art of rhetoric lies in reason. Bound by reason, the word argue becomes the greatest power in the world.
But not everyone knows as much as you. What are they to do?
Well, Ho Wan Chun has answered your question, hasn't he?
Why do we have this debate on the roof? I don't understand why we can just do it on the ground. I did it. Johnny, I did it.
GG.
Now go eat food in front of a stall in hopes that it does something.
Right? Journal? No.
Hey Nord, how the fuck did B source get auto-corrected from fucking because? How the hell did that even happen? I know I clicked it, but like... so dumb, dude.
Encounter journal?
Autocorrect took G. I know, it's insane, dude. Not even close to
Oh
same.
shit! There's a they just... Is this a secret? I just found a page that shows the next region. Do you see this, Johnny?
I didn't know that was there. That's really cool.
You saw Qinghe, Kaifeng, and then the next one's called Hexi? Or does that exist already?
The Hexi?
And then there's hidden ones. What's the thing I'm looking for? Recipe. It is said a famous chef. He teaches cooking for free, but to learn the tips, one must first pass his tests. What does reverse mean?
It means just start it over.
Oh.
Which you haven't started it, so you can't do.
Infamous. Did you want one and two, Nord?
Do I walk there first or do I eat first? Aura. Because drama. Aura drama.
Ah, I got you. Sounds good.
What's going on, Purge? I'm trying to get this quest by eating all the food, but it won't give it to me, just Johnny. Big mistake, game, you'll regret that.
Kratos will remember this.
Oh, no, I wanna be myself.
Right, you just like that. Just grinding? Who are you? What are you grinding? Who, what, where, grind, what? I'll go back to who are you grinding? Nothing, Jonathan! Someone did say you might have other food in your inventory, and if you eat that...
What am I grinding?
I ate a raw mushroom.
Trying
No,
to
no, I just... Oh, I just hatched an egg. Eat this.
My advice is never to eat a baked potato on stream because holy shit, that was really difficult.
Ow. Okay, here we go again.
Baked spud, yum. Yeah, Rakui made some. I had to fully demolish them
Where's the
to
shop?
eat them.
Over here.
I had to break them up so much. Which is not usually how I eat them.
Ate a random mushroom, proceeds to trip balls.
You can grab something at our tap.
My friend Tro, last name Phi, has claimed my heart.
Come on, man. I nearly got him to chuckle properly.
How much? Let's try his signature dish.
Sorry, guys. We'll start back up now. I've been watching Rye recently that I've been eating, so. I love
Okay,
Rye.
next, where's the next place? Mercy? Mercy! Mercy! Ooh, playing a bit of Shiv 2? You just casually Shiv 2ing it?
Oh, yeah. Alright, let's return to the game. Oh, wrong button. Did you know there's a Sims Medieval? I did, yes. I remember it from a long time ago. I think one of my mates had it. I'm pretty sure. Interesting concept, and probably a little bit sad it didn't go any further. Either. Like, they haven't done it since. I feel like it would go extremely well right now. I feel like in the current climate of games, it would do extremely well. Personally. Seems cool. I'm pretty sure you can still get it, like, obviously, not online. You could definitely buy, like, the disc for it. But yeah, I remember my mate playing it when I was younger on his PC. He didn't have consoles, he had PCs instead, which was very uncommon for Australians, because no Australians owned PCs back in the day. You get it for $8. Oh, I think Rye asked me something, but I missed it. Maybe not. It's okay, maybe I'm tripping. Seems cool, yeah. I think it's good. But yeah, you can still get it. Now, my girl you got in the intermission looks so cute. Here? Is that what you meant? Now. That is the waifu Gallica. That is the absolute waifu Gallica. Nord from Metaphor ReFantazio. If you haven't played Metaphor before, I would recommend Nord. It's a bit of a different type of game, but I would recommend. And if you like the animation, especially, the game really does at times look like that, like full on. Like, you know, sometimes you play a game and it's got like all that art, and then you're like, it doesn't even look like that, but it does. We'll check it out. Yeah, I would recommend it. They made the Persona games, but they're not a Persona game. It's not as long as a normal Persona game, and not the same style. Should have won Game of the Year, probably. Last year. Or the year before, sorry. Alright. It's really cool from watching it. Yeah, it's a really good game. It's all about taking that leap of faith for how long it is. Oofed. Story's pretty good, I'd say. Yeah. Yeah, the story was really good. Oh man, no. Whoop. I didn't see the beginning, so I'm not sure. The beginning was still pretty strong. The middle to end is where it picks up the pace. Be right back, all good. Slim Pasty, what a name. Now I'm not warmed up anymore. So I'm gonna have to like literally have to warm up again. Alright, so this is how social interaction looks like. Oh! Loud noises! God damn it, dude. I think I had that guy if the second person hadn't have come.
What is it? Oh, no, you make mercilessly hacking people to pieces look like child's play.
Brothers, the siege rams have reached the keep. Brothers, we must capture the courtyard.
This is my first.
Oh, it's so nice when someone is running at me screaming with the sword. Running, roaring from the top of our lungs and bonk the counterpart with a mallet or a sword. Exactly.
Get them before they kill me! Down with the order!
Oh, I forgot about this. That's alright. That was close. Oh, no.
Not good. You left a mark.
What are we saying? Come on, shoot me again. I was wrong. I messed up and now you're gone.
Gary, I'm sorry I neglected you.
Oh, I never expected you to run away and leave me
feeling this in
I found a band that did like a that did did the song the other day actually on YouTube. Damn it. Hang on, I'll try to find it.
Forsooth. Of course, sire.
They got a cover for it.
Gary, now I know I was wrong. I messed up. Now you're gone. Gary, I'm sorry I neglected you. Oh, I never expected you to run away and leave me feeling this empty. You're me out right now. It sounds like music to me. Please come home, 'cause I miss you, Gary. Gary, come home.
Best redeem ever. Get 2 for 1.
To change your mind. More than a pet, you're my best friend. Too cool to forget. Come back, 'cause we are family. And forgive me for making you wanna roll. Now my heart is beating like the saddest metronome. Somewhere I hope you're reading my latest 3-word poem.
Hey Squigs, how's it going?
Gary, come home. Gary, come home.
The guy's switching his phone in the front.
Gary, I'm sorry I neglected you. Oh, I never expected you to run away and leave me feeling this empty. You're me out right now. It sounds like music to me. Please come home, 'cause I miss you, Gary. Gary, come home. I had to say that I was blind. I'll do anything to change your mind. More than a pet, you're my best friend. Too cool to forget. Come back, 'cause we are family. And forgive me for making you wanna roll. And now my heart is beating like the saddest metronome. Where I hope you're reading my latest 3-word poem. Gary, come home. Gary, come home. Gary, come home.
Pretty good actually. Not a bad cover, hey. Can't beat the original, but well played, you know. How you doing today, Squigs fam? Hope you're doing well. Metal Gary. They gave it a crack in the end. I didn't realize they did the second part. I clicked off last time.
Regicide and Grayan Citadel.
Ugh. I don't know if I'll do a full-blown stream today. I'm still feeling pretty sick. I probably will end up streaming the entire fucking time, though, knowing me. Let's be real.
Our people suffer and die. Yet the lion's whelp dares to strike now. You have no claim, boy. Charge now, my masons. Clear the rats from their nests. For the red and black.
No.
Overwhelm the Agathian positions. Do not let them gain a foothold.
Woofed. It's split in half. I wanna... Yeah, we'll switch teams. Wait, no. Are we... Oh no, red is attacking. Red's defending, isn't it? Never mind, I'll stay on red. They've got less numbers. I don't want to switch team and be an arsehole. I wanted to test out what attacking on this map was like, though.
Hubris! These quislings refuse to live in harmony under my rule. They will die in dissonance. The siege machine must not reach our walls. Stop that ram!
Oh. Holy shit. Bugger.
The enemy ram continues to encroach. Stop it!
Hey Cheska, how's it going, fam? Woofed.
They have reached our gate! How dare they threaten our capital whilst we defend the kingdom from Zenota? This illegitimate heir demands an audience. He shall have it. Attack!
Nice. Nice. Bugger.
I will personally flog every man for each mark they leave upon it. Stop them now!
This is not good.
No! Nord's one-liners are my crack. Oh, I hit my teammate. Good work, Sophie. Back to work. Good luck, fam. Now they wanted to throw hands, you decided to throw rocks. Exactly. Now I need to be patient and wait. I don't have that many rocks left now. Come on. Oh, they're not getting through though. Okay, someone just shot me for trebuchet, I think. So someone is definitely not happy with me right now.
This is not good.
Oh, nearly. Yeah, I was about to say, did that kill him? Fuck.
The gate is lost. Fall back and regroup in the city. Bolster our defenses. These mewling kittens will never take Trajan Citadel.
Come on, man, hit one.
Just dreadful.
Oh, shit. More rocks. It becomes too rock hard for them. But I hope Rock Protector doesn't see this. That was good though, I got a few kills there. The takedowns were a bit bullshit though. I probably should have got more kills to be honest, but that's alright. That was epic.
Are explosive, you simpletons! Do not allow any more room!
Come on. Oh my god, stop getting in the way! My brother! Bro kept walking in. I could have killed that guy like twice. Woofed.
love at first sight? Or should I disrobe? I've done things that you mortals cannot conceive.
You mortals, eh? Oh, fuck. Oh, I didn't mean that. Bugger. AFL Guy 2011. What a name, bro.
Some achieve greatness, others merely witness it.
Bugger. My timing's completely off with that guy's swing.
Fall back to the courtyard. Set up a new perimeter. Reform the line. Disappoint me no further and defend the courtyard. The order stands here.
I can pick up the broom? Oh, let's go.
For the slaughter. Stand and fight.
No, not the broom. I might play this, the boys. It's good fun. Big day. Oh, I died very quickly. What's your favorite type to play? Usually the footman, Halberd. This version here. I really like the archer as well, but I've got to do this with a trophy right now, is why I'm basically playing as it. But they're all good fun. But I like the footman a lot. There's a certain weapon you unlock last, and it's probably one of the best weapons I've ever used in gaming. Are the footmen are the lightest ones? No. No, the archers are, and you can actually use weapons on the archers, and archers are really broken if you know how to use them. Like, better than, like, better than anyone else, if you know how to play with them. There's a class with them, I'll show you. It's called the Spearman. I think this is one of the best classes in the game, but it's hard to use.
Quits will doom the kingdom to fall to Tenosa.
But you have like a spear, and then you have a little shield as well. So you can like deflect really easily, and then you got this spear, right? But then you can throw the spears. Jesus. Put it straight through his fucking head. Bro just flinched it off. But you throw the spear, and then you have more. So the spears are really good because you can. I think you get 5, and then you can attack with it as well. So they're really, really good. But this is probably one of the best classes in the game, but no one uses it. You have more, that's crazy. Yeah, so you can throw them. They're like ammo, and it's really easy to get more of them. And you can go pick them up as well after you've thrown them. Archers, you say, then I can be assisting and stand far away and shoot. They're good.
I am the protector of this realm.
And everybody's got like special items with them. But like the secondary weapons on them are insane. Like this axe over here is really good. Oh, he died so quick then. I think he just died to like a Chevrolet or something. But yeah, it'll tell you like the stats for them and stuff, and yeah. But there's crossbows, bows. Some of the secondary weapons in the game are insane. Like some of the best weapons in the game by a mile. Well, that's crazy. Yeah. Oh, no, you already said that. I'm dead. But you miss out on the berserking. But yeah, the archers are really fun to use. I really like them actually, but everybody hates them. So if you're an archer, I'm telling you right now, it's like being a camping sniper in COD. No matter where the fuck you are, someone will find you and try to kill you every time. People hate archers so much in this game, it's insane. They'll do anything to run halfway across the map to kill you. But you can be really aggressive with being an archer in this too, I think, personally. Like, some of the bows are amazing. And if you know what you're doing, you can destroy people. One of my mates, one of my cousins I used to play this with, he played the first one, and he was insane. And he used to just rush with bows. I did too, but I was no good at it.
They desire honorable combat, and they shall have it. This castle flew under the blue and gold banners long ago. Come night, it will once more. A new day rises, a new dawn for Agatha. Let the enemy hear your roar.
We need to disable the artillery atop our own fortress. Prepare to attack.
Holy shit. That seems mental, lol, yeah. The archers were super overpowered in the last game, though. But this is one of the best axes in the game. This one here, this secondary weapon is so good. I'll see if I can get some kills with it. Oh, there you go. I got 2 kills then. It's really good for headshots. And that's a secondary weapon. But some of the knights do so much damage too, but are slow as fuck, but... No, let me kill him with one arm. No! Fuck. Oh, I actually forgot how good the axe actually is. But like this axe that I'm carrying right now can literally be used on the archer. And it's this good. So if someone rushes you, you can just switch real quick and fuck them up.
Oh, that's gonna leave him.
Oh, that was close. He nearly killed me then. Oh. I didn't expect him to change just then or pivot. Hang on.
Buddy, please, madam. No time to rest. Jeez, my bad.
Let my arm just go? Oh, it's okay.
The petard cart is halfway there. Keep pushing.
Oh, shit. That was a good shot. What was that, archer? Right, over here? Holy shit. Brother knows how to aim. Woofed. Shouldn't have let my guard up. Ah, we'll use the normal weapon again. I don't get as much reach because it's not really built for the shield.
Oh, that's gonna leave him bruised.
Go on.
Excellent. The petard cart is in position. Ready to assault on the wall.
Damn it, I knew there was another guy.
The petard carts on those
Should have
walls
known.
to weaken them.
Oh, damn, he just got fucking sniped there. Ooh. Oh, the Falcon. Oh, I forgot about that weapon. That's like one of the best weapons in the game. I think that's on... Is that on the Swordsman? Might be on the Vanguard, is it? What the fuck? I don't know how bro did so much damage just then. You didn't hit me in the head. shit. Electric Kool-Aid. Some fucking... Some good players have just hopped on. Headshot, one hit kill. Sometimes, depending on the enemy and whether they have like good armor or not, and depending on the weapon you're using. Like I just hit that guy in the head just then, but I'm not as strong as him, and he's wearing heavy armor, so it didn't work. Sometimes it does though. I think sometimes it's RNG as well. Oofed.
Pleasure to please, my lord.
This is my first day!
Oh, lost my arm. Ugh. Alright, let's go back to this guy over here. Hang on. Shit. I shouldn't have dodged the second time. I would have had that guy, I reckon, then too. Holy shit.
I soiled myself, and nobody cares! Find your way to the portcullis wheel!
Oh, hey, I finally finished work. I'm not bad. How's everyone doing? I'm not too bad, fam. Just getting through. How was work, dude? Hopefully it was good. Damn it. Thank you, the shouty, of course, fam. Of course. Hang on, we'll go this way actually. No, he stole my kill! Shit! I'm gonna start that commute, so I'll be listening. How's being chivalrous? Good. Bit hectic, but that's the point of the game. You know, just vibing out there. Enjoy your journey, fam, and hopefully you drive safe. After you get home safe.
Not just lazy, but get a bleeding move. Reach the wheel from the tower and open that.
Oh damn! I haven't seen that Scottish skin in forever.
You left a mark.
Bruh! No! The wall caught my sword. Enjoy the screaming squiggles as well. Whoop, that guy died.
Climb the wall and turn the portcullis flank. This is Bullocks.
Fuck.
I'm out. Fight to the death is just a bit outside the park.
Up then to the gatehouse wheel.
Oofed.
Up then to the gatehouse wheel.
No! I wanted that guy to die. I think he fell to his death, so I didn't get the kill, but that's alright.
Amazing. Would you give me a few pointers? I mean, suggestions. Say, let me walk alongside you and wash your armor. This relationship will work out for both of us.
Ow, bro. I must have been like covered in blood, was I, and burnt? Oh yeah, it looks like I'm red.
Advance to the bombards! For Agatha! Disable those pesky bombards by igniting their powder stores. Let's go! Use their powder stores! Destroy that artillery! Come with me! Go, go! Now, be a man, and try not to cry out too much.
We didn't like that, did he? Aussie pride boy. That's pretty Australian.
Oh, that's gonna leave him.
Not happening. Not.
Woofed. Oh yeah, nah, yeah, nah. Nah, yeah.
That's enough.
Go! Move your asses! Follow me! Over the upper area! You won't be.
Rather have an Australian accent than my Icelandic one. I wouldn't.
Light those fuses and keep them lit!
Yeah, nope, nope, nope. Yep. Yep. It'd be nice to speak fluently without hesitation. Yeah, except we Australians don't speak fluently. That's the best part. We speak like we're fucking... We speak like we're holding a fucking beer in our mouth. It's the worst part.
Mother must be so proud, seeing me fulfill my life's purpose, honoring a woman.
Ooh. I prefer the accent I got, don't fully any kind of accent, but there's a bit. You want the shrimp off the barbie, mates. Again, we don't call it shrimp in Australia. It's prawn. Prawn on the barbie. Drink beer to buy time to think of words. It's amazing. Pretty much. Pretty much. In all seriousness, if like In all seriousness, if like I went to a private school, so like, but if I didn't go to a private school from where I'm from, you wouldn't understand me. In all seriousness, like, cause people like you literally like everyone else in my town, you can't understand them half the time. You just can't, cause it's just full of slang and like accent. You would not be able to understand me at all. A private school? How posh? Private school in Australia doesn't mean you're rich. Boo. Oh, it does in the UK. There are some like private schools in Australia that are really rich, but like nothing insane. Like there's a few in like Melbourne and Geelong and that. Maybe some in Queensland, but not really. And some in Sydney. But private schools like in normal towns are they're just a different type of school basically. Usually means I went to a religious school. That's what a private school basically is in Australia. Most schooling is pretty accessible in Australia. Well, all schooling is accessible. And private schools made pretty accessible as well. I'm cooked. Nice, fam. Damn that bussy. What would the slang sound like? What did the slang sound like? Nah, I'm not even gonna put it on. Pain. Yeah. I won't even put it on. The best way I can honestly put it is like, if you've seen the Big Les show, that's pretty much what my town sounds like. To an extent, of course. About half of them actually speak like Big Les. And then the other half speak just a lesser version of it. The big what show? The Big Les show. I should just start drinking. Hang on. Let me look for it. I'll try to find a Here you go. I'll show you.
And then I fucked up his flowers. You fucking drugger. Dad, Norton's on the phone. Oh, thanks, Quinton. Yeah, what?
I saw everything you did on my surveillance cameras. You fucked up my flowers.
Fuck off, I did not.
Yes, you did. I saw it.
It was a bloody teenagers. You just told me you did it. Shut up, sassy.
Fuck you, Les. I will have my revenge. You fucking coward. Fuck you.
You saw it?
Sook. I'll be waiting. Did you fucking see that thing? What are you talking to me?
So like, there's some of it, but like, it gets worse as like the stream goes on. But That's the best way I could probably like say.
Horseback are closing in.
That'd be the closest. But ours are insane where it's like, it's non-stop. Oh, yeah, I was just working the other day, yeah. Like, when I'm joking about that and, like, saying, like, yeah, people, I've dead ass, people in my town speak like that. Like, I'm being dead serious. Oh, yeah? Really? Fucking hell, Matt. That's literally what my pa sounds like. All the time. Ooh. Sounds like a guy used to play Destiny 2 if the game with. Yeah. I missed the Big Les. I had to pop out because of work. All good. I learned about the watching Big Les with mates stoned out of my mind. An old flatmate used to live in New Zealand. Ah, fair enough. MS Paint go fucking hard. Oofed. Damn, I thought I died there. Can I have my normal weapons now? Thank you.
The bridge is lost. We're doomed.
Fuck, this looks like Hobbiton nearly.
The orchards. We must defend our livelihood.
Oh my god, he got me from the back. I got cooked because I got class and I can't fucking sleep. I don't blame you. I should just start drinking. Do you have to drive to where you gotta go? You got downed then killed? Yeah. Fucking hell. Nah, bus. I mean, how long to your class? If you don't care about the class, you might as well drink through it. How's the jousting, Sir Purge? Good. Good, Spicy. Good. It's at 10? Oh, free bus, so I mean, why not? I would have a few drinks to see if it would, like, calm you down and get you to sleep. Never hurts to have a few and then go to bed. See if you pass out. Johnny for swords. Kind of want to try this out, honestly. It was free on Epic a little bit ago. I don't know if you added it or not, Spicy. Otherwise, it is... I'm not going to force you to buy the game, but it is 8 USD on for a game key.
They have burned much of the orchard. Make it stop. They are ruined.
Oh, he threw... What did he throw at me? An apple? He killed me with a fucking apple? You dick, bro. I don't want to install Epic on my PC again. You're all good, fam. You don't have to buy it. Much more lighter, fortunately. That's good. You could just get a PS5, Spicy, and get it for, like, cheap. It's like... I got this for, like, 8 AUD. Oh my god, that was so close. That was a catapult that just got there. Yeah, Spicy, get a PS5. I'm telling him to just put it on his throne, and we'll all put money in for it. I'd gladly put some money in for that. Damn, didn't know you were a doctor.
Ah, the estates are lost. They've been reduced to rubble. Arcathian, rally to the defense of the workyard.
Damn, that was a good duel. Get it because of Apple? Oh my god, bro. No, wait! I don't have my shield! Fuck. Does Throne accept second-hand posts? Yes. So, like, you can literally just put whatever you want on there, Spicy. And what it'll do is it'll actually just deposit the money into your account. And then you withdraw the money. And then order it yourself. So you don't have to actually get an official one. I've had to do that with all my games, because Amazon in Australia has, like, none of my games that I want. Basically. Yeah. It's a good way to do it, and then you can, like, crowdfund it. I crowdfund all my stuff. I don't like my throne either, don't worry. Like I said, I was made to do it. It was either that or me making an uwu sound alert with my voice. So I went with the throne instead. And I just crowdfund everything. So you could literally, like, someone could literally just put $2 in if they wanted to.
Our industry smolders. Fall back to the town gates. Hold the Genosians off at the gates. Defend Bridgetown.
Uwu? Yep. That is crazy, Lamau. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't do it. That shit would be spammed into oblivion. Let's all be realistic about that. Does anyone else hate those, or is it just me? I can't stand them, but I do say it to piss off Minx and other people sometimes. Maybe I should get it. It's $7. It's up to you. I'm going to be playing it for a fair while, so you can always think about it as well. Like I said, I need 2,000 kills, and I average 20 a game, so... You're looking at like 100 matches at least. Probably more, to be honest. Fuck. I want a brainless game where I could whack other people. Well, that's why I'm playing it. I wanted a brainless game. Remember, I was talking about doing Marvel Rivals again. But I ended up not doing that in the end, and I'm doing this instead. I might do Battlefront as well at some point, I reckon. But I'll do that off stream though, because it's not crossplay, which is really frustrating. But yeah, I'm gonna start doing one of these at a time, I think. Nice. I've gotten too important at work. But by my manager and contacting me for projects on our platform. Dude, your manager is so smart for like redirecting all of that. And imagine them just probably sitting back in their chair and relaxing. And they'll just like call it something smart, like, oh, I'm just, you know, dividing up and misdirecting and redirecting the work, so it makes it easy for everybody, and everybody has like a good, you know, has a chance to help out on the project. And he's there like sitting there and probably playing Medieval. Thank you for the luck, fam. Enjoy. I need to have a chat with him because my workload is too much. I respect it. Oofed. You gotta install a chicken mod. You need another person on the team like last year. Well, hopefully you get that, fam. It is the new year. You haven't gotten a pay raise either? Oofed. Oh! Oh my god, my head got split in half. Are they even mods for this game? I believe so, yeah. It's got to be on PC for real. I'm pretty sure. The OG had some mods, I remember. Damn, I liked this map. I haven't played this one before. Right, what did we do? We got 13 kills there. Nice, 630 kills, and we have like 130 or 140 counters right now. 28 deflex as well, which is nice. What do I want to go to? 750. I really should switch to the Mile Rhapsody game, to be honest with you as well. If I'm going to be honest, I really need to get that done. I probably will finish the first playthrough today as well, if I can do it. I'm tempted. I'm just kind of enjoying playing this right now.
And so the coward Malric sends his
I prayed for the chicken skin.
Thayek Castle. The vainglorious Masons think they have cornered the young cub in the far reaches of the north. They have not cornered a cub. They have stumbled right into the lion's den. Lions of Agatha, bare your teeth and show your claws. Fight for your king. Fight for your kingdom. Fight for Agatha! Defend the blockhouses. Keep the siege weapons firing.
Hang on, Minx doesn't have a category right now. Sorry guys, just need to. Minx didn't have any category. Sick of OBS and Twitch doing that. The Benny Hill fame. God. I made that a channel point redeem once, and that shit was the longest 2 to 3 months of my life, I reckon. It was a fucking nightmare. Bruh, I'm out. Oh god. The whole song, it was like at least 40 seconds to a minute. Because it was one of the OG like sound alerts. It was fucking atrocious. Damn it. Ah, home state and fuck it's hot. Swear to god it hasn't cooled down in like the past like week or two. Even when it's been like colder, it's still hot as fuck for no reason. The humidity's been insane here. We're having a lot of storms. Oh man! Dev Third needs to get here soon. New aircon day. Oh, nice. Brother, I can't hit him. The accuracy has been patched on this so heavily. Needs to be like perfect. I'm supposed to drop to 30 tonight. Yeah, been like that. Our biggest issue right now is our house just doesn't drop in temperature when it is finally dropping in temperature. So like it just stays hot.
Our shoreline defenses have been destroyed. Fall back to the camp. Agatha, defend the catapults. Do not let them fall into enemy hands.
Woofed. I'll be a bit and out while playing Tavio. You're alright, fam. Don't stress. I'm gonna check it out. I'm stuck cooking dinner. What are you cooking, fam? Ugh. Mac and cheese? Oh, that sounds unreal. We had baked potatoes for dinner. It was good. Before we made it.
Potatoes. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew.
I would fuck up some mac and cheese right now, though. Not gonna lie. Fuck. For freedom. There is a freedom voice line. I haven't unlocked it though. Oh, same. Yep. That good shit right there. Been living cheap and I'm craving them high carb meals. They save lives for real. I've been ill the past like 2 weeks. And I haven't been able to fucking eat anything. I've finally, like, been able to start eating stuff again, but I still can't eat anything properly. It's fucking annoying as. Like, the other day we went out for dinner for my sister's birthday, and I got some fish and chips. There was, like, 2 nice pieces of cod. Like, it wasn't oily or anything, it was perfect. Some tartare and some chips, and it was fucking elite. And it made me feel sick eating it, and I was like, I was so fucking over it. Perfectly good meal ruined, bro. $30 for nothing. 30 bucks for nothing. I'd rather actually enjoy the meal and throw up later, instead of just feeling like shit eating the meal. It's different when you can finally eat again. Oh yeah. Oh nah, I thought you meant good. Good, oof. Nah, it wasn't good, sadly. Even today, I was struggling to eat those baked potatoes before. We had chicken wings last night. And that sort of was alright. But, yeah.
No more.
God, some better players are hopping on now. It's not looking good. Hopefully not the hot kind of wings. No, we had this like mild spice seasoning. Wasn't too bad. Raqui doesn't like spice that much. I do though. That was totally worth it. There's been all the way, I tell you what. Yeah. It's a bit like that. Nah, nothing's really worked since though, to be honest. I tried having bread for a fair bit too, and that didn't really do much. Woofed. Some dry toast, some Coca-Cola when I can't eat it does the trick. Yeah, that sounds good. I'm not the biggest fan of Coke. I can drink it though. You know what? I haven't tried toast and beer before. I should try that out. That sounds like a good combo. Fuck. Oh, praise the mighty Max. I love Pepsi Max, yeah. I'd love to have some Pepsi Max, but Raqui doesn't drink it. I know I could just get some, but it's just so much cheaper to just get Diet Coke together. But I love Pepsi Max so much. It's a great drink. No.
I refuse to die before I can even muster a beard.
Oof. My grandpa had to do a liquid-only diet, and he was strongly suggested to drink soda with sugar bowl. Pepsi Max is so good. Yeah. Yeah, soda with sugar helps a lot. I drink lemonade if I'm really ill. That's what I usually go for. Iced tea works quite well too, but you know, doesn't always work. Pepsi Max the GOAT. Wait, where did I just get hit from? Oh, he got me from the bow. Yeah, lemonade's good. The vitamin C feels good when hungry, yeah.
Before I could even muster a blade.
Yeah, fuck me, dude. This is crazy, man. I'm not standing a chance against these guys. Some of these guys are insane. I was just chilling before. This is crazy.
Bastards have overwhelmed the Bailey! Fall back into the fortress! Do not let them open that drawbridge! Defend the cranks!
The labs have joined now that they have finished work, pretty much, I think, yeah. I think all the people trophy hunting and experienced as fucker hopped on. There was a few before, but not that many, like, yeah, far out. It means I have to start sweating a little bit too, which is annoying. So I was kind of chilling. Retail workers purging the day's shitty customers by swinging a mace into their face. It's funny because, like, when I used to work at Kmart, I used to love coming home and actually crushing some heads in this game. That explains a lot. It would bring out... God, I would lose so much stress, actually, playing this game. You got a point. You got a point.
Drawbridge is almost down! Use the cranks to raise it back up!
Oh. Oh, that's my team.
Drawbridge has fallen! The courtyard is exposed! We can't let them get any closer.
Not even that. This fucking corridor is a fuckfest, dude. I can't do any damage to them because my teammates keep walking in front of my blade. Even when there is an opening. Holy shit, dude. Oh. He just one-tapped me? Brother was ready. It's like fucking Ezio over here.
They have almost captured the courtyard! Enough! Your king is coming to take me. Watch my back as I raise our banner.
My brother has like one arm left. He's bleeding out.
That's enough.
Brother, how did you... Okay. Imagine getting the shit kicked out of you after you've gotten your shit kicked at your retail job too, for real though. Felt good, fam, it felt good. Oh, I didn't see whether we got a new weapon. Oh. That's why I avoid competitive multiplayer. Probably a fair shout.
Come fight and die with me! Fight and die! For Agatha!
Not gonna lie, if I'm playing a multiplayer game like this, and I find a lobby of like chill trophy hunters like me who are just trying to play a game and get trophies, I don't leave that lobby ever. I just stay there for like fucking 10 hours because I know I'm not gonna find anything less sweaty than that. That's right. If you could kick ass back, IMO.
Cover me! I will fly our colors in triumph!
Now this is why we're losing, because my team is like, for some reason, all pushing together, and I can't fucking hit anything. Ugh. Hey Jesse, how's it going, fam?
Your king is wounded, but still draws breath.
Oh my god. My team were just like, so I think it was just that map. But holy shit, dude. Team doesn't need to like, literally like half the reason we're losing is because we just kept killing each other and I'm so sick of it. 640 kills. Oh, 300 to go. I just wanted to actually change some armor is what I wanted to do. I'll go, was it Footman, wasn't it?
Hi, my lord.
Yo, thank you so much for the 15 months, fam, and the 4-month streak. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, my man. Thank you so much. Sorry, I'm a little bit under the weather.
What's going on?
Oh, the full mustache is glorious.
First,
We have our orders. Carry them out.
must want victory. More. I'm telling you, nothing can be more fun than this.
Execute our orders.
Fear does not exist. Are you not entertained?
Damn, 5k. That's worth it, though. I'm sick as well. Something going around. I don't mean to say the C word, but I'm pretty sure there's been a lot of reported cases, funny enough, in up north, apparently. But I don't think it's that for me, personally. But yeah, I think there's like some... Yeah, that makes sense, yeah. You know what? I've been feeling shit ever since I got trained by this person. I got trained by this person on Friday last week, now I think about it. And he was coughing like crazy. Probably got something off him. I didn't even think about that. Because I was like, I don't even work with anyone. But, yeah, I just realized. Not the C word. Lord Viticus. Risen again. Exactly. Oh, that's sick. I like the plague helmet. Oh, I like that. I don't like that. Let's do the plague helmet, because that looks sick. Oh my god, you can...
Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm. What's
Oh,
the
aim on.
procedure, everyone? What's the procedure? Stay calm. Wait. Everybody calm down. No.
Oh, and Silver Gravekeeper, how's it going,
My
guys?
God. Okay, it's happening.
The double.
Everybody stay calm. What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure? Stay calm. Wait. Everybody calm down. No.
Yo, how's it going, guys? Aloha. How are you both? And hello, Silence. How's it going today? How was Helldivers? Oh, what a game. What a game.
When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's amore.
Thank you for the amore there too, fam. Hope you're doing well today. How was Helldivers, fam? We dived. Hell yeah, I did. How was it? Was it good?
Any news, sire?
Oh my god. What, this guy has this voice?
Good morrow. Nice day, my lord.
Forward! Straight on!
I've got your back.
What's going on?
You're sworn to the truth. Our duty is to defend the line of the old.
So silly. How was your stream? How did you guys go with everything? Was it good? There we go. It's cooled down now. I can do it again. There we go. We gave those squids what for? Fuck yeah, dude. How goes the war at the moment? Is it good? Oh, I don't mind this helmet, actually. Oh, that's pretty cool. I like that.
Do your duty. Leave the rest to the gods.
Oh, that looks sick, too. 12k, though. Holy, man. Oh, that's nice. I don't know how to unlock that. Stream was action-packed as always. Hell yeah, fam. How's it going here? Not too bad, fam. Just playing some Chivalry 2. Apparently we destroyed another planet. Oh, wow, really? True, kind of wild to hear. Destroyed another one. Damn. How goes the bonking? Oh, it do be going. Nah, it's good, though. Oh, I like the white in that. No, it's cool. Oh, and you can edit it? What are we using again? The hatchet. Wait, no. Where is it? Hang on, am I in the wrong class as a Vanguard? No, it is Footman. Why the fuck can't I edit it?
Lives through our shared duty.
That's so weird. Oh no, hang on. Here we go. Good night, Rooney. How you doing? Good night, Silence. I may need raid and run. Body sore, mad tired. I'll leave you on work. I appreciate it, fam, and have a grand sleep, my guy. Enjoy. Sleep well, and thank you so much for the raid, fam. I appreciate it. Good night, beautiful. Cheeky. Oh, a gold one. The weather doesn't look very good. Alright, we'll quickly do this one and then I'll... We never get to be that team, so I'm okay with that one. Not being like that. I think we'll go play come with the... Oh, it's 21k? Holy, bro. Well, that's cool. It sucks because I reckon I have a heap of, like, armor on my old account. But obviously I can't transfer it or anything. Dun, 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 dun. Well, that kind of looks sick.
Where is it? I will not ask again, child.
It's still there. It's still there. How you doing today, Pembo? Thank you so much for the cock check. I think we'll actually go this one. Hope you're doing well today, fam. This and then fucking tired and a little pissed off, but we good. I said I can't work Wednesdays. Fair enough. This many Alright, I'll just edit these guys for now because these are the characters we're using. And it reset my original guy for some reason. Why did it do that? Look, it reset that one as well. Ugh. This game on PlayStation is so buggy, dude. Oh wow, can I claim all of this? Oh no, we have. Cool. So they called me in, so I opened and then closed. Oof, fam. I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, you could have just said no. There's so many, Frostbite's fierce. What the fuck? I don't know. Yeah, but... Nah. Well, you can't complain then if you're gonna accept it though, dude. You gotta say no. That's why they asked. Go. You can say no, Pembo. You don't have to always work, fam. It's like I told you before. If you don't look after yourself, then eventually you'll have to take more time off than you want to. I'm just going to go to the toilet real quick, guys. It'll be 2 seconds. Just going to grab some water.
The desecration of Gallencourt.
The Agathian relics lie in ruins. The enemy is in retreat. The Agathians are holding out in the church. Assault the church!
open then close. Yeah. Oh, it's this game. Oh, man, I'm so dumb. It's great, Purgy. Again, we back. We back. We back. We live. Yeah. It'll just move me.
I've got this. I shall make it so.
Like the night in the woods.
Faces into the church and lay waste to Phaedron's tomb.
Was that guy that just pegged the great axe at people, Lamau? Yeah. It's too fun throwing weapons at people in this game. The amount of times I've died doing that is so silly. Let's try at the Falcon, actually.
The tomb of their beloved steward is nearly destroyed.
Okay, I'll leave you to it, sexy man. All good, brother. Enjoy yourself, fam. Appreciate you, man. Oh, from behind. What the fuck? I wasn't expecting that. The good in me. It's the shout out. Thought I did it, sorry. Ugh. Bruh, where did he come from? I don't know if this is gonna be better than the Morning Star, to be honest. We'll see. Seriously?
I did not know I had that in me.
What made that guy come up here? He still got me in the end. Well done. RNG, green man. I like defending on this map, but I don't like attacking on this map. Oh my god, bruh. These guys are packing, man. The Danax. Okay. You do you, boo.
The Acathians are fleeing the hallowed city in disgrace!
Nice. Oh fuck yeah, desecrating tombs. Yeah. Alright, so again, 13 enemies with bread will be my last trophy. So we have 650 kills. So I'm 100 short of where I wanted to be today, but I'm not going to make much more of a dent than I already have, sadly. So we're going to have to let it go. 100 projectiles, I've done 28 now, which is nice. And I'm close to doing the 200 counters as well, which is good. Those would be two really good trophies to get. But we're there. We're about, like, nearly halfway to 2,000. But yeah. Hey, Rocky, how's it going? Hope you're well. Ooh. Doesn't want to appear this time. Here we go. It's good. How are you? I'm alright, fam. I'm alright. What act are we up to? That's right. We have 2 more acts to go. Thanks for shout out, of course, fam. Of course. Alrighty. We're gonna continue on with Rhapsody, guys. We're a fair way in, actually, funny enough now. I'm not gonna lie. We've made a bit of a dent. The background scared you? Not safe for work? No, it's not like that. We're up to Act 6, and I think there's 8 in the game. 7. So we've got 3 acts to go. 8 is really long as well. Apparently. There's also, I think, an extra final act, but I think it's just mainly boss battles, so it doesn't really count. Usually these take an hour to an hour and a half per chapter, but I don't know how long these chapters are going to be, so I don't know whether we're going to finish this today, like the first playthrough anyway. We might. We'll see. We're just going to see how we go here. I was hoping to hop off Bedelia with Chivalry 2, but I was enjoying myself, and I think
Long ago, on the outskirts.
I had a quick glance. It seemed sus. Lol. Yeah, but Act 6 we're up to, guys. But yeah. We'll see though. Hopefully we get it done today. We're just gonna see how we go. Our first enemies are Nyanchi and Nyaki. Yankee, sorry. And we're on, I think, 8 out of 50, are we? 8 out of 41. As I said, probably popped nearly 10 to 15 trophies in the last, literally, like, hour of this game. Just one of those ones, sadly. I do say sadly because it's like nerve-wracking because a lot of them won't pop until the very end of the game, which sucks. Alright, let's get this started. Were you dreaming about your prince, perhaps? Huh? Oh ho ho ho, that side of you really is just like your mother. Ah, it takes me back. I once lent a hand to starry-eyed Cornet and... Lady 12, we're about to 30 kilometers away. There's a castle in the sky. We're almost certain it's Beauty Castle. Understood. Kurudu, our destination is right before our eyes. Are you ready? Yeah. Do your best to help Kurudu, Kreia. I will, mother. Another song, hey? God damn. Still going? It's like maybe the longest song in the game, I think. Huh, ladies follow. It looks like the engine output is dropping. Our altitude is decreasing as well. Could our precious little engine be having a tantrum? My apologies, but could you two check the engine room? Leave it to us. I'm gonna save, because I'm not going through that song again. Ah, shit, I fucked up there. Hang on. I need to make an extra save. There we go. What is this? Looks like your presence has been discovered. Our enemies are pretty quick on that draw. Oh man, I wanted to snack in and do things the easy way. Meow, they found me, meow. I'll kick your butt, meow. Alrighty. Let's see if I can remember how to do this.
It's time to scramble.
Okay, they're not that strong. Well, they're pretty strong.
I beg your pardon. Attack! I beg your pardon.
Alright, those are the two enemies we actually needed. That's good from this area. This is awful. We must let Mother know. We'll heal back on the way back. We'll save again so we don't have to do that fight again. Go over here. Blah.
Woohoo! Let's go! Huh. This is magic!
Interesting. These guys are quite strong, actually. I won't be able to go easy on them.
It's Wolf! The engine room's been damaged! I think they found us! Understood. Look ahead!
What is bro doing to that balloon?
Behold! Feast your eyes on my Nyanko hot air platoon!
Hey, Crodia! Quit with the posing and get to flying already! What's that? That appears to be the Marjorie family's airship fleet. They own the castle. What do we do, Mother? Prepare to fire!
Understood, Lady Ethwal.
Sorry, guys.
Got it.
Fire!
Good job!
Don't hold anything back! Fire, 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 fire! And fire some more! What was that?
Fuck, there's a lot of enemies I gotta remember for this next area.
I think something fell.
About 895k to level up next level. Gets more and more when I level up. Level 135 now with my main interviewer. Nice, fam. Nice.
Kurudu and I can investigate, Mother. I'll leave that to you then. I can't step away yet. But do be careful, alright?
It seems to cause the previous impact. They are still alive? Huh. Oh, you're that brat I met in that fish's stomach. You sure got guts if you're trying to raid our castle. It's almost a shame you're just a human. I thought witches normally fly using magic or something. Seems there are all sorts of witches. Though she certainly doesn't look like one. Yeah, she looks more like a musclehead. Perhaps that's her alternative to magic. Yeah, somehow it's even more amazing. Hey, what are you two mumbling about? If you won't do it, then I'll make the first move. Let's go. What the fuck? A boss battle? I wasn't expecting this. Righto. Go straight for the pancake then.
Everyone, lend me your power. Take this.
Nice.
I choose you.
Leviathan. Nice.
That was kind of close, huh?
Nice. Ha ha ha! I thought you were just some brats, but you're strong. You goddamn right. Dropping the bombs, meow. Up next is... Ow. What the heck? It's a bomb! Oh, that won't do. What the fuck, dude? Phew, that was a close one. You can be pretty unbelievable sometimes. Heh. What is this now? Something may have happened. We should head back, Kurudu.
Lady Etwall, engine power is dropping. Our altitude is at 2,000. Steering's down. At this rate, we won't be able to fly or land.
Etwall, I suppose it's come to this. Mummy, Hammer, prepare to fire the Rosenmobile. Our target, Beauty Castle. Mother, we'll punch a hole in it. Don't worry, we have the Heartstones, so we'll be able to negate the barrier.
Injecting Enotium energy. Energy readings at 80%. Target locked.
Equip your anti-flash shields. Brace for recoil. Here we go. Rosenmobile, fire! Engines at full power. Hit Beauty Castle. Kururu, Kreia, make sure to hold on to something.
Lady Kreia! Roughly 500 meters and counting until impact. 400. 300. 200! 100! Brace for impact!
You alright, Kururu? Gonna go out for a walk. All good, fam. Enjoy yourself. I thought I was done for. It appears that we're successfully infiltrated. Alrighty. It's all good and well that we snuck in, but as it is, we can't leave. We'll stay here and work on repairing the terminal. Head out and look for the one you're seeking. Thank you, Atwale. Charlie will definitely see you again, right? Take care now, Kreia, and do keep Kururu safe. Received Inferno 500. Inferno 500, okay. Got the heals. That's no good either, huh? Looks like some fuses below. Don't worry, we'll have the ship in flying shape in no time. Alrighty. Let's save here real quick. What? Oh my god, there's like a slight change. You can't even tell they're different. Welcome to Beauty Castle, Meow. By the way, who the heck are you, Meow? He doesn't want to fight? Monsters appeared. What do we got? Alright, we have a Nyanki. A Nyanchi. And a Nyanko. That's all of the cat breeds done. Bella.
Your pardon? There, Meow!
Nice.
It all comes down to taking the initiative.
Oh yeah. An energy bomber is what we got there. Alright, we have a mini fire. And Yankee again. Let's go Duke, Super Leviathan.
Go get him, everyone!
Nice.
Kururu wins!
I don't really have any water-based attacks, so I need to make sure to focus on using that. More enemies. Are these all the same again? Alright, I'm gonna use it again. I need to be careful of how much I use it though. But we can always just grind, I guess, couldn't we? What, he survived that? They must have 105 health, do they? That's crazy.
That was scary.
Jesus, dude. It's going to be hard to avoid them, though. So I've got earth, water, and fire.
Woohoo! Let's go! Everyone, lend
Mini
me your
fire, earth, and ice, wasn't it?
It all comes down to taking the initiative.
It's actually majority of the enemies out of the way. I thought they were going to slow burn at us for it, but that's okay. Wait, what? Hmm.
I choose you.
How much are we getting for these fights, actually?
That was kind of close, huh?
Oh no, we're getting 250, so I'm probably getting exactly what we're using. Funny enough. Hang on, let me have a look. Oh, I didn't mean that. Shit. This is gonna hurt. A lot, I think. Oh, it's not too bad. It's when they get up close and they hit, that's when it's bad. Ah, I pressed it again. There's a JRPG I played not long ago where you press square to go into your moveset. And it's fucking throwing me off now. Sorry, guys.
Woohoo! Let's go!
There we go. Nice.
That was kind of close, huh?
So we got Darktium. Controls this floor. She's the Yanko boss. Her pets are running around everywhere, so it's really dangerous, Meow. Okay, this is a boss fight for sure. I saw him for a split second, went, nope, that's not good. Yeah, find Galonzo. Oh. God, they're so slow. The minis here. But they're only minis as well, and I reckon the big boys will come soon too. Because we're near the end of the game. Nice. I'm Galonzo, the former minister of the Mile Kingdom. I could be king by now if my plot succeeded 14 years ago. But that awful brat Cornet had to go and ruin it. I won't give up. Someday for sure I'll. Oh, so he's the main antagonist for the first game. Wow. I'm just gonna fucking ruin these guys, to be honest.
Say no to violence! You're up!
Damn it, so it's the green that has more health. We haven't seen it as much, so I think it came in later, that's why it has more health.
That was easy, right, Kurudu?
That's the Firestone. Oh, Brandy. Oh no, we got a okay. Meow, I've been waiting for you. You won't get any further than this, Meow, but I might consider letting you pass if you say the great Meow is the hottest. Flatty. Bruh. I'm gonna kill you, Meow. Come out, super D-duper dragon. Oh. Okay. Alright. So, let's do Duke for this. And we're going to heal up here as well.
Come on out, puppet friends! Go!
Let's try Excalibur real quick. We'll heal Lol again here too.
I choose you! Woohoo! Let's go!
Oh, it's not too bad, is it? Let's do the pancake on it, and we'll heal Lol again.
Everyone, lend me your power!
Wow, this motherfucker's got some health. Let's try Billy. No, I don't think Fire's gonna do anything against it. I'm gonna be honest. I got a funny feeling. Which is a problem. Deals holy damage to one enemy. Here we go. Let's try this.
Everyone, lend me your power!
Fuck me, man. Brother's got some health.
Everyone, lend me your power!
That Charizard doesn't look healthy.
Go get him, everyone!
Yeah, we got him. Holy crap. He must have had nearly 1,000 health.
Invincible!
It's probably the hardest boss we've fought so far. That was a bastard. Level 33. Billy is level 30. Terra is level 33. Cray is level 32. Nice. Teemu Charizard. Too mean. Well, looks like the flatty got flattened. Hehe, feels like we've done something mean. Alright, let's save real quick. Oh, it healed us too, nice. There you go, illustration 19. We'll actually save here, actually. Because that's an important missable, apparently. A lot of people miss that. To be fair, this game is Cuteness Overload. I could see the appeal for real. Wholesome too, I respect it. It's very interesting. Welcome to Nyanko Town. This is the place where we can rest without a noisy master around. It's great. Interesting. Okay, we have to ignore this apparently. Hang on, we're going to come back to it. Oh, what have you got? Nothing. Bugger. It's one of those games, huh? You don't expect it, but it goes hard. I like how you want to try these older JRPGs. This game's actually not available in majority of regions. It's only just become available in Australia recently. Go right. Right. That's one huge mirror. Even Kerr's even that big. Well played, Rhapsody. Now I want you. The game. The fuck. That's alright. No one's named Rhapsody in this game. Good job making it here. I'm the Butacious Swordswoman, Crowdia. You may call me whatever you wish, but be sure to include beautiful. You'll have to get through my Rose Labyrinth and defeat me before you can move on. Watch out for the traps along the way. I'll be waiting for you. Ha 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 ha. Ha! That went perfectly. Now it's time to greet them. I shouldn't keep ladies waiting after all. Huh? Which path leads to the entrance again? Caught in 4K. Almost. No police officer. I meant the game, I swear! Be sure to include beautiful, she says. Why are all the witches we've met like this? Oh, hang on. What? Why is it not fighting me? Hang on. Wait, this plant reminds me of that one plant in Banjo-Kazooie. I think you know what I'm talking about. I'm afraid I've never played Banjo-Kazooie before. So no, I don't. Oh my god, how strong are you? Whoa. Is this a mini boss?
You're up.
It must be. Did she just come up and fucking punch me? Okay, bro.
It's time to scramble. Woohoo! Let's go!
Brother doesn't want to die. What the fuck?
Come on out, puppet friends.
There we go. Holy crap,
I'll do
dude.
anything for Kurudu.
That was wild. Akalia Hypsaria. It was in Bad Fur Day. Ah, true. Hilarious design. Kawaii fancy. Let's go. Yeah. Castle of the event, go right. Go right and enter the first door you see. What? Fuck, I'm gonna get lost here. It wants me to go to a very specific path.
I'll do anything for...
So let's go here. Just hang on a second. Fucking hell, I'm so sick of these enemies. Enter the first door you see, battle the plant to receive a Tontinium. Fuck me, this is such a shitty... This might be the worst part of the tutorial so far, I'm sorry. After the event, go right, and go right. Enter the first door you see, which is the first one I saw. Battle the plant to receive a Tontinium. What plant? And go left and enter the door you see. Go right, right, right until you see... Oh, fucking... I reckon... Here we go. I'm back. Welcome back.
It's time to scramble!
Ooh, that's a bad one. Were you looking up the Summon Power from Conquers while I was away? Nah, I'm lost currently in the area. Just give me a second. This part's really missable, apparently. I need to be careful. If I miss anything in this game, I have to replay the entire game again.
I choose you! Go get 'em, everyone!
That's why this platinum's been so slow going. Conquers, yeah.
Everyone, lend me your power!
It's a bit of a stressful one, this one, I'm not gonna lie. I've been enjoying it, but it's very touchy at times. Tontinium, righto. We'll escape that. We go left. In the door, we go right. 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 There was no upper door. Exit the room and go left. Enter the door you see. Go right, right, right. Go right until you see an upper door. There is no upper door. Enter the room. There is a cat and a chest of 4,500 Antoniums inside. Exit the room and go left. And enter the lower path. Oh my god, bro.
It all comes down to taking the initiative.
4,500 in OTM. Right, there it is. And a cat. Let's talk to the cat. Sob, I want to go home, meow. Okay, bro. You do you, boo. Do an extra save here. Exit the room and go left and enter the lower path. This isn't an upper room. Go right, and you should find Crowdia Lost. Go right. Why the fuck are these dickheads spawning so quickly at the moment?
That was kind of close.
Oh, there she is. Okay. Still missing a shitload of enemies that I haven't found yet. Oh no, we killed the Pretty Rose, didn't we? But I haven't fought the Super Dragon yet. Saved. I turned right, next is left, right? Forward, then right, then left, which brought me here. So next would be... Oh, it's a beautiful person. She's pretty funny. You're right, it's her. I wonder what she's doing. It looks like she's lost. Ha ha ha, found you kittens. Have you lost your way? Aren't you the lost kitty? Heh, well, you can't escape anymore. You two were destined to decorate my lovely rose labyrinth with your lives. Now I want you to scatter your lives beautifully. Ah! Right. Bro just had that yuck yuck. It seems you've got me there. We didn't even really do anything. You have Vince win since there won't be a repeat. Farewell then. Fucking just eaten straight up. She really is quite funny. Maybe silly suits her better than beautiful. Alright, we'll go here. No. Hang on. We'll go diary entry right real quick. U2 Crowdia. Okay. So, that was really missable, apparently, because it's nearly timed. So if I had entered the town beforehand, she would have found me, and I think we would have fought her, funny enough. So we actually got her now. No, go right until you enter Crowdia's chambers. So that was actually missable. Actually, I want to talk to this guy real quick. Okay, go right. Oh, there's enemies in here as well. Why? Can I escape this fight? Thank God for that. Right, I do have the pretty rose as well. So we're missing the super dragon, the fire dragon, the ice dragon, and the earth dragon. I'm guessing there's like a boss battle maybe coming up. Look into the drawer. In the drawer? What drawer? Drawer? Oh, drawer. Right, there's illustration 18. So that's nerve-wracking. So we got that one. So... Sorry, this is like... This part's really missable, apparently. So I'm just being really careful. Now, if you wish, you can turn back and explore more Crowdia part of the dungeon without fear to miss anything. Wait, hang on. So should I go check that, or should I, without fear to miss anything? Okay, so I won't miss anything if I go back and do the entire dungeon. Okay. That's fine then. I guess. Before progressing further, exit Crowdia's room by the entrance, go left and enter the second door to battle a pretty rose, receive speed shoes. Okay. So this is a super dragon. Exit the room. By the entrance. By the entrance? Exit Crowdia's room by the entrance. Go left. And enter the second door to battle a pretty rose. Okay. Fucking hell, man.
Come on out, puppet friends! I choose you! You're up! I choose you!
Alright, that's 400.
Go get him, everyone!
That's 500.
Everyone, lend me your power!
So 600 health, hey?
I'll do anything for Kurudu.
What a pain in the ass. And that's just a standard enemy now? Right, here we go.
Come on out, puppet friends! Go get him, everyone! Go get him, everyone!
Why the fuck is she still not awake yet? I'm actually gonna have to use one of my most powerful like abilities because the game's glitched and won't let me use the other character.
That was kind of close, huh?
That's so weird. Okay. Exit the room, go right, and then up. So we're gonna go back to where we were, basically. Alright, let's just quickly do the equipment. Double slap I'm okay with. Okay, and we're okay with that as well. I'm gonna quickly save here. We go right, up, left. 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 Hang on, was that once? Ah! These enemies are so annoying. They give fuck all XP. It's so infuriating. What a huge waste of time.
Come on out, puppet friends! Go!
So I think we've gone left once so far, so we need to go left 2 more times.
Go get 'em, everyone! I choose you!
Enter the first door you see to the left? Fucking, so it's not the first door then, you dickhead. Oh my fucking god, bro. Fucking hell.
Go get 'em, everyone! Coodadoo wins!
Nah. Holy fuck. This sucks. This is one of the worst dungeons I've ever been in by a country mile. There's literally nothing to tell the rooms by in any way, shape, or form. I understand this was made in 1999, but what the actual fuck cunt? Even with instructions, this guy is I don't know what the fuck he's doing here, but these instructions suck as well. Continue left 3 times and into the first door you see to the left. Go right, enter the door you see. Battle the Pretty Rose. Go right, and enter the door you see. It was 2 steps and more enemies spawned. Fuck me. This is one of the, seriously, one of the worst dungeons I've ever done. Thank fuck I'm over leveled. If I was under leveled for this, I'd be losing my shit right now.
I choose you.
Okay, so I don't need to go to the Yenko town actually. Apparently. I'll keep an extra save just in case, though. That sucks there's nothing in the cat town. Apparently you just kind of walk into it and nothing's really there. That's disappointing.
I choose you. Woohoo! Let's go! It's time to scramble.
Alrighty.
That was scary.
All that for an accessory. Red TM10. To be fair, that is good, but still. What the fuck? Fuck me. That was an hour of that shit, too. Right, we're gonna go left. Down. Right. Right. Thank fuck I don't have to fight that thing again. It just gives... It's just... There's no point. Like, there's just no point. At all. Alright. So... I'm gonna save here. The Beauty Castle. And then this one here. So... There might be something we've missed in this guide. I don't know. If there is, I'm going to cry myself to sleep. But you do not need to go backwards, it's saying. Doing this accessory. That's it. There's just accessories, which I talk to the guy. Right. No way. At the teleporter? You fucking cunts. Fucking hell, man. At the teleporter. I apologize for raging so much, guys, but holy, man, this is just such a brain-dead area. I pray they don't get worse than this, honestly. The areas have been pretty good so far. I'm not gonna lie. We got burgers for lunch at work. I took my plate for seconds and asked the cafeteria if it was cool to have it. She was like, sure, I don't care. I just work here.
Come on out, puppet friends!
Righto. A fucking hell, second burger when there's like 100 people working here is wild. Are they good burgers?
We're invincible!
Hang on. So this is where we go. I think there's a missable trophy here. What about Nyanko's sliding game? Yes. The rules are simple, Meow. Dodge the Nyankos sliding down the hill by jumping over them. You'll win if you manage to reach the top, Meow. The Nyanko at the top will give you a nice present if you beat the time limit. Then again, data center money is crazy. True. True. Oh my god. You can try the sliding trial in the next room, Meow. You'll be able to teach Giao's chamber willpower if you do that. You can't turn back after hitting me, Meow. Do you have the guts? I do. Let's get started. Alright, I have to do this without getting hit. Fucking hell. I have to do this flawlessly. How hard is this going to be, you reckon? This looks like hell. I'm going to be raging like crazy here. This is so shit. No. This is so shit. What is this? This is so shit. This is so shit. Oh my god, dude. There was like a split second to react to that. That's crazy, man.
Long ago, on the
Oh,
outskirts...
shush. Fucking hell, dude. Super Meow Rio 1. This is going to take a while. I think this might take a while, guys. I'm not going to lie. Hang on, let me... This is so bad. Look how slow this guy is. He's costing me so much time. Okay. I think I'm gonna have to just take my time. This is... This is what... That's what... Fucking Jesus, dude. Oh, that was terrible, man. Dude, this is the dumbest shit I've ever played. What the fuck is this? Apparently, there's RNG with the spawns as well. Who the fuck decided that? This trophy alone is game breaking, like dead ass. How rare is this fucking thing, dude? As you can see, obviously, it doesn't fucking jump properly either, by the way. It's 18%. But it's the second rarest trophy in this game. So in other words, it's probably like nearly an ultra rare trophy. What? 6 just spawned. How the fuck am I supposed to even deal with that? $1,800 people never finished crazy mode. I know it's a meme, but correction is 34 out of 1,000 have done it. Actually, which is like worse. That only 34 people have done it. Fucking makes you want to neck myself. Look at how it seems like it's tiny. It's so stupid, dude. The jump is literally impossible. For 1,000, it's so touchy. Like, what the fuck? Bro comes flying! I'm about to slap the shit out of the person that made this trophy. Oh. That's... Landing on them counts. Of course it does. Why wouldn't it count? What the fuck do you mean, bro? Obviously it counts. You think we're on that Donkey Kong shit, bro? Fuck that. We're on that Mario Rhapsody shit, man. I can't. He's fucking. He comes flying, dude. Flying. Watch my my save file corrupt from doing this. Oh my fucking... I think that's literally the end. And for some reason, I don't know why he slowed down. Those guys usually fly. Like the guy in front of him, the same color, literally was flying. The blue guys are like one of the faster ones. Why the fuck is he not going there? He went as slow as the red one just then. No, was it what? That time the blue one's flying, man. Sorry, guys. I'm a bit revved up because of the fucking this last area has been so shit. Left it on it so you can take it if you feel like it. I don't want to. Streamer loses it after this one mechanic. It sounds like I don't even know what game this is, bro. The timing is... Why is the timing different every time, dude? It makes no sense. That was that happened again where I actually got to the end again too. Fuck this, hate this one trick. Oh. There's a fast one coming. Where are you, little shit? Why are they spawning so much? No! This is so dumb. Why are they spawning so quick all of a sudden? It's so silly, fam. Bro, the camera is so scuffed. The camera is atrocious, and the controls are fucking diabolical. The jump's also inconsistent as fuck. Where is he? Where is he? Come on. Why? Why spawn? Who the fuck actually put RNG like this in a 1999 game, dude? Who in 1999 was like, you know what we should do? We should put RNG in this minigame. Yeah, but why? I don't understand. Because we just should. Because in 30 years, there's going to be some motherfucker who has to get a trophy for a game and loses his mind over it. Fucking Jesus, dude. That's one of the worst trophies of the year so far. 100%. If within time limit, fire spirits by speaking to the Nyanko here in a shop, go up and you'll meet Gao and battle with Nyanko. Oh, with some Nyanko, okay. Alright. And it isn't even it's not even like a big part of the game, it's just a thing. Some fiery spirit. I'd love for you to drain the Yankees. You've got a ton of willpower, Meow. I'll be waiting for you. Okay. Hey, buddy. Hey, sure took you long enough. Didn't you fall from the airship? Ha ha ha. I'm too strong for something like that to keep me down. Man, I'm in awe at this point. Yes, the strength of her will sure is convenient. I'll test yours, the chamber of willpower. Just press the switch on the floor there. Oh, sorry, wasn't listening. What were you saying? You idiot! If someone's talking, you have to pay attention. Sorry about that. The walls are closing in. Ah! Whoa! Kururu, let's get out of here while we can, shall we? Bruh. Hey, that's not fair. Don't run away. Hey, don't let them escape. Come on. Do something about it. But I have ADHD. Oof. I love how she's in the background struggling. That's fantastic. That's so good. See, that's cool. That's actually cool. I like that. That's funny as fuck. You got this, guys. Take your time. No rush.
Let's go! Attack now! Say no to violence! That was scary!
Lol. Hey, you jerks. Gutless little... Well, good luck. Do your best. Wait, you... Woo, power! Alright, we'll heal. What a shame. She was so interesting. You feel the light flow into you. Okay. Go left. Enter the teleporter. And go right. Oh. Hey, Berg. You again? Haha, today's the day I'll finally mincemeat out of you. I want you to escape for Master Meow's sake. Ha ha ha, Master Meow's the greatest. Wasn't that Lady Yan Yan not too long ago, according to him anyway? Yeah, it was. A traitor, Meow. A turncoat, Meow. Shut up. I got a new job, that's all now. I'm the Master Meow's lackey. I get the feeling they've got it pretty rough too. Time to redeem myself. I'll show you the power of Super... Wait, no. Hyperberg! Strawberry shortcake.
Everyone, lend me your power! Pizza! Come on out, puppet friends! You're up!
It's delicious!
Come on out, puppet friends! Phew, what a relief.
I lost again! Master Meow's gonna punish you for sure, Meow. Alright, we're gonna save here real quick. Berg keeps running back and forth between Master Meow and Len Yan Yan. You know what you guys call like that? Two-Face, Meow. It's inexcusable. All of us hate Berg, Meow. I mean, he'll betray anyone for anything. Even the Nyannies were talking about how much they hate him the other day. Huh. We Nyankos are loyal to Master Meow, Meow. What the fuck is going on in here? This place is an ancient weapons factory. They're like robot soldiers. Jesus. But they won't move anymore. Alright, I'll save one more time. There's a boss fight here, apparently. Oonga boonga, me back. How was the walk, fam?
It's so beautiful. Yeah, almost like it's sucking us right in.
Don't you touch my shadow of beauty!
Dude, if I had time, I'd offer to do a meow counter for this game. How often you say meow? Oh, it's a lot. Meow, it's good. I wonder if Rocky intended this. It was refreshing in like -10 Celsius. Nice, fam.
Who are you?
Another song?
な時まで遊ぶ我は不死鳥情熱の丹田孤独に舞い踊る罪深き定め恋に迷う悪の女王めくるめく愛の灯火
Made from Disney since all the songs? No. No, Disney wouldn't touch this game for 10 football. There's way too many, well, I mean...
そして散りゆくのが恋
Wait.
闇に映ろう魔性の黒いバラそうよ恐怖に怯え叫べ我の名は魔女に
We're the Marjorie family.
You're still alive? Why? And how?
We are witches.
That explains a lot. They're just as pushy as they look.
I won't let you take my shadow of beauty.
Apparently, we're gonna lose this fight, I think.
I shall give you a splendid death.
Holy shit.
1,000 shadowless cats.
Yeah, it's gonna kick my ass. Fair enough. I didn't even get a chance to have a turn.
That was nice.
Oh, ho, ho, we're already boring. You were the one for the fight, so I'm not holding back even for your kid. Time to finish you off. Nighty night, little baby. Cello, are you okay? Yeah. I'm glad I trusted him. It's like I thought. He really isn't a bad person. Why is my heart beating so fast? Could it be? Do I really have feelings for him? We're in the middle of a battle, fam. Who are you? Oh my, you're quite the looker. Ah, she's lovesick again. Ha! She never learns. Only death can cure stupid. Ah, even death isn't gonna cure that. Hi there, cutie. How about going on a nice date with me tonight? Maybe if you beat me. Oh, how interesting. I'll make the first move. I'm gonna be taking the Shadow of Beauty for my mother's sake. Oh, ancient gods, defend us from wicked powers. Alrighty. That jiggle? Hey, Spicy. How you doing, fam? Back to TBA, gonna finish the elephant bounty and no other jiggle. Sounds good, fam.
Obey my orders!
Oh, he can use the ancient weapons.
Everyone, lend me your power!
Interesting.
Die with Bryce! It's too late for regrets.
Everyone, lend me your power!
Obey my orders!
Okay, one's dead.
Scramble, go!
There's two.
I'm way out of your league.
Holy shit, what the fuck is that? Holy crap, dude. Things just keep coming, rushing up to you. Dude, I had to do that without getting hit a single time, that minigame. That's why I was raging. I had to do it hitless, and it was the dumbest shit I've ever done.
Everyone, lend me your power!
It took me like, well, did it take me 25, 30 minutes to beat that too? Oh my god. Alright, realize I just got a trophy as well. Number 9. Oh, she's got like 1,000 health.
I'm way out of your league.
It was that one kid in class. Alright, I think we'll be able to kill her now.
Obey my orders!
I shouldn't even be using him actually, because Duke's not as powerful as Old Mate as well.
I choose you!
Nice. Fuck me.
It all comes down to taking the initiative!
Oh shit, well actually like, I thought we were at the right level, but I'm actually like 6 or 7 levels higher than I should be. We're surprised I didn't think any humans alive knew the ancient techniques. It seems he may be a surviving ancient. Indeed. Then maybe it's time I get a little more serious. Chaya, what you said just now about your mother. She's ill, very, very ill. I have to get the Shadow of Beauty to curse her illness. I see, so that's why you wanted to... What? We're fighting! Aren't you glad you decided to believe in Shello? Yeah. What's going on, Meow? We've got trouble, Meow. The Akuro family is attacking us, Meow. We arrived! Ah, yeah. Here's the other set here. Why does she have an LCD on her case? Just one kid in class. Lan Lan. Ah, hiya, Gal. It's been forever. How you doing? Fun. Haha, it's been a while, Crowdio. Now, behold, gaze at my beautiful body, to your heart's content. Nyan Nyan. Huh, I see it's Meow the Flatty. Thank you, foolish little cat. Your directions made getting in here easy for us. Yeah, you sold us out. Ha, sorry, Meow. Akira said she'd give me medicine so nobody'd call me Flatty anymore. Really? You look the same to me. Of course she does. Only one dose was real, and even that was going to lose effect quickly. So what was the rest of it? Just regular old cat food. You tricked me, Meow. How could you do that to me? Huh, what a fool. Why is this not voice act? They've all got voice actors. She really got you. And thank you, little princess. I didn't realize you'd be such an asset. Because of you, I've managed to get the Shadow of Beauty without trouble. With this, eternal youth is mine. You haven't changed, Kuro. You're still using people to do your dirty work for you. The Shadow of Beauty isn't what you think it is. You won't get to what you want. The reason I'm so young, beautiful, totally is wrinkle 3. Nobody said anything about you being any of those things. Shut up! As I was saying, the reason I got all those things is love! Because I know what love is. Seriously? What garbage? You truly believe in something stupid as love? If that was all it took, then Magi could look a million years younger. I'm gonna be taking this now. Wait! We need to give his mother sickness. Please don't take it. His mother, what a caring son. It almost brings me to tears. But that doesn't mean anything to me. Why don't we just kick their ass? Hold up! I'm not gonna let you have it. Oh ho ho, how do you like that? If you want the Shadow of Beauty, you'll have to search the whole world. I'm going to kill you. Lady Kuro, we have to take our escape. The castle's about to plummet. Let's go! I'll die if I have to stay here any longer. Heights are the worst. Fine, we'll leave. Nyan Nyan. Yes, Meow. Kuro, we need to escape as well. Yeah. Let's go together, okay? Charlo has joined the party. Purge Meowst. Oh my god, bro. Charlo does not have anything equipped. Gal, hurry up and get this stupid thing off us. What else are you muscles for? You sure don't have to tell me. Ah, annoying much. Sorry, I had to say, you're right. I thought I was going to die there. There's no way something like that could kill you. Indeed. Magically is hardest to kill than a cockroach. Cut the chatter, we have to escape. Get the Nyankos out of Meow. I'll hold the place up for as long as I can. Got it, Meow. Ho ho ho, the frustrated look on Kuro's face serves her right. Ah, you really want to just sit there and laugh? Big wigs like me have to be dignified all the time. You're not running away? I'm the master of the castle, so I'll be the last to leave. You should hurry and learn. Oh, our castle. Yet all the beautiful things are destined to wilt. I suppose this is fate. Did she tilt her head? It's getting interesting now. We've got a fight on our hands. I haven't been able to loosen in a while. Man, I get the feeling Mile Kingdom's in danger. Oh, nice. Hang on. Climb the stairs, go left, left, enter the teleporter, and go right until you see a door, enter it to find a dark gem. There you go, alright. You see, go up or right, climb the stairs, go down. Oh, holy shit. I need all 3 of these enemies. Holy shit, that is so lucky. Holy fucking shit. These 3 enemies have not spawned the entire game. Holy shit, dude. That is extremely lucky, dude. Go down through the door. Climb the stairs, go down left and enter the teleporter. Go right until you see the door and enter it. Okay. This is another boss battle. You're using a guide? Yes, I have to. Everything is missable in this game. Like, everything. It's one of those games where, like, it's an old school JRPG where, like, actually, I think this is a little bit ahead of its time, if I'm going to be honest with you. But it, like, literally, like, enters everything. So these here that I'm looking at here, these are conversations in the game. I'll try find... This one here is a random conversation in a random town that happened, and if you walked too far and not backwards, you wouldn't have had the conversation. It's like Star Ocean. It's bullshit, is what it is. It is the dumbest, like, yeah. And the worst part is, I've got another 80 to go as well. And I've got like 2 chapters to go. And there's so much more I can miss. Like, this guy as well is missable. And I need him for one of the final trophies. And then I have to kill every enemy in the game as well. On top of that. And the enemies are really rare. Like, one of the enemies in the start of the game took me 45 minutes of walking back and forth until I could fight it. That's some old mechanic. Oh, bro, they still do it to this day, actually. That's like the worst part. So many JRPGs are like that. Why? I don't fucking know. It's a pain in the ass. Real? Yeah, a lot of JRPGs still do it.
Come on out, puppet friends!
Oh, thank fuck. So, this is a hidden boss. Game who were harder back in the day type stuff. Yeah. Nah, there's still a lot of JRPGs around that are actually really, really difficult. Just no one plays them for that reason. Some of the personas are brutal if you don't know what you're doing. I expect nothing less of Corne's daughter. You carry the blood of ancients. Haha, it's not that big of a deal. I shall recognize you as my new master. I am Albatross. It's good to meet you. And not optimized mechanically, for real. Sometimes they're just like, they're like, fuck yeah, let's continue on with this. Oh, I'm so glad we got that. Fuck me. Alright, that is another puppet. I think... Should we replace Billy? What was his name? Albatross. Oh my god, so weak there. Can I equip Albatross and other people? No, I can't. Bugger. Link's Awakening is the hardest game in my childhood. I just dreaded the game because I could never figure it out. Oh, bro. You know, they remade that for the Switch. It's still pretty brutal, too. But that was a hard game, yeah. I feel that. Alright, there's also a illustration here that's missable as well. There's also collectibles as well in the game, Spicy. It's just like this game is a little bit, honestly, like a bit of a worst nightmare. I'm not gonna lie for JRPG or Platinum Hunters. I'm actually not surprised why not many people platinum this game. Hang on. Exit the room and go left. Oh, okay. Enter the teleporter. Go right. Nope. Retium 12. Nice. I just don't need to fight any of these guys. Like, I think I'm like 10 levels higher than the boss I just beat. Well, no, I am, aren't I? That albatross I just beat, that puppet, is actually supposed to be like 5 levels above where I usually am. So I'm like 16 above him. Until you see a door with an titanium inside. Nice. We'll heal real quick. Go left. But yeah, I don't really need to kill any of the enemies, and I've caught them all as well. The statue, climb the stairs, and you'll reach them over there. Okay, cool. It's falling fast. This doesn't look good. Hurry, grab a hold of this ladder. That's Wale. Go! Oh shit, we're gonna die? I'm falling. What? Okay, bro can fly? Alright, brother. Brother's a fucking angel. You have wings. I didn't want you to see. What? I didn't want you to see. Alright, bro. You called me Kiddo. That was the first time you've done that. This is so cringe, dude. I'm cringing. I don't know what you're talking about. More importantly, hold on tight. Jesus fucking Christ. You saved me again. Thanks. What will you do now, Cello? He certainly seemed pain. Just when you thought he could save his mother, those dumb witches ruined it all. They certainly did appear to be acting entirely out of their own selfishness. Hey, Kreia, you won't find all the pieces, don't you? To help Cello. Yes, I get you. I get you. After all, Sonia and Randy overcame the hardships like that to realize their dreams. And Twilight even told us to believe in ourselves, didn't she? If we could cure his mother's illness, then you can stop there. I'll help. Thanks, Kreia. I'll give my all. Holy shit. Save up to this point? Yes. Yes, we will. Alrighty. Beauty Castle. Number 10. Fucking hell. Okay. That was a bastard. What did that take 2 hours to do that? It did. Jesus, man. I'm definitely not going to finish the game tonight, sadly. We're up to Act 7. Towards the Rainbow of Hope. Now, I've got a warning straight on my... I've got a warning straight here that says there is an enemy on this island with RNG that can petrify my entire team, and there's nothing I can do, and you will just die. Great. So all it says is like, there's nothing you can do. Just make extra saves all the time. Jesus, dude. This area looks a little big too, which is not good. Alright. Well, can you fix it? No, ma'am. There are 3 important parts missing. They probably fell out when we crash landed somewhere over the islands. I can't believe this. We won't be able to find them in the jungle like this. Right, we're going to save here again and make an extra one. Again, this game is supposed to take me 15 hours to 100%, and we're here at 14 right now, and I have another 2 chapters to go. There's nothing we can do. The part should be on the island somewhere, but nothing we can do if we don't have the map. If we do find those 3 parts, we'll be able to fix her up. Okay, bro. So the cockatrice is what we're looking for. They petrify all your team members, it's game over straight away. Alright. On this island, we have the Winds Dragon. We have a cockatrice. A behemoth. Jesus. A werewolf. And a sylph. Cool. Righto. Let's begin. Monkey. Eek.
Hey, Kururu, isn't that Cello? Huh? Where? Over there.
You want to cure your mother's illness, don't you? If so, then gather the 3 scattered pieces of the Shadow of Beauty. What's wrong? Is that little princess distracting you? That's not... Which is more important? Your mother's life? Or her? Think it over now.
What's he doing in a place like that? I bet he's thinking about his mother. Even if he wants to look for the 3 shadow pieces, we don't have any leads.
Oh wow, there's even more enemies. Holy shit. There's actually a fire dragon. More sylphs as well. A salamander. And a fire golem, apparently.
And the airship is broken down too. It's no surprise if he's lost hope. 3 pieces? Oh, that's right! What is it? We need 3 parts to fix the airship. The Shadow of Beauty is in 3 too. If we can find the 3 airship parts, we can show him there's still hope. I see.
It's the most copium idea I've ever heard.
Hey, Kururu? I've been thinking. Maybe Cello is here.
Here we go again. I thought it was going to sing. Why did the voice acting stop all of a sudden? Thought they could have changed this quickly. I thought Cello was a huge jerk the first time we met. Is that what love is? How strange. Coulda do. Do your best, I'll be cheering you on. Thanks, Kreia. Let's hurry up and find those 3 parts. Right, let's take the initiative. Sorry, guys. I thought it was just going to sing there, so I was just being quiet. Hey, buddy! Oh, you, huh? Can you just leave me alone? Push him off the edge, bro. Just do it. Here we go. There's a werewolf. What are we thinking? How strong are they going to be? They're pretty strong. Yakuza does that a lot. Push him off the edge. Yeah, and Tekken as well, hey. Okay, about 120 to 150 health. I think it's gonna be RNG, I think, but
I'll do anything for Kurudu.
that's what we're looking at there. So we're just gonna save again real quick. I got a really bad feeling about this island. I think this is gonna be a bit of a brutal area. From voice acted to non-voiced. Ah, true. Yeah, it does. Okay, that's a wind dragon.
It's time to scramble.
Brother, how strong are you? This is a huge step up from the last area. I'm just trying to figure out that, because there's no health bars, I'm trying to figure out how much health they actually have before I start using abilities on them. Because obviously it's just better to one-tap them and use my magic properly.
I choose you.
300 health, is it? 250 maybe.
That was kind of close, huh?
Tech is hard, it is. I thought I was going the wrong way for a second there. What? Manacrea? It's nothing, I just thought I heard some footsteps just now. Footsteps? Did you hear that, Kuru? Yes. Seems like
Where
a lot of
is
people
it?
got it.
I will not ask
Guess again, child. Still there, still there.
I need it!
Oh, nice. Bella!
It's time to
Well, that did not do as much damage as I wanted it to. Oh, nice. It got him, though.
We're invincible!
So those are the guys that will petrify me and be game over straight away.
Go get him, everyone!
Yeah, 150 on the money.
It all comes down to...
Save again there real quick. Okay, we got the behemoths and the werewolf. Just gonna go Super Leviathan for this one. We haven't seen a Sylph yet though, which is a bit of an issue. But they are in the next area, so...
We're invincible!
Let's just see. Oh. Ah! Ugh, why does this place have a pitfall? Yuck, I swallowed muddy water. Kiddo, that isn't a pitfall. It's not? What is it then? If I had to guess, I'd say it's our biggest footprint. Guessed? What the fuck? Uh-oh. I've ended up at the wrong boss fight, guys. I've gone the wrong fucking way somehow. Shit. Morning, Leaf. Just got back from the gym. How's it going? It's going alright, fam. How you doing?
Here I go! Everyone, lend me your power!
How strong is it going to be? Holy fucking shit. Holy fucking shit.
It's time to scramble! Go! Everyone, lend me your power! Scramble, go!
Brother, how much damage do you have? Holy shit. Was that a dinosaur? Yeah, T-Rex. You don't remember this stage, Spicy, where like it was like there was like a transition where JRPGs were using dinosaurs a lot? It was a weird PS1 era thing. They did it a lot. I don't know why. They just did.
Everyone,
You can't die during this? I can, but like it's old school, so you lose all of your save instantly. Ah, fuck me. I've somehow gone in the wrong spot again. How the fuck have I achieved this? I can't seem to go to the area it's told me to. But yeah, if I die, it's game over, pretty much. It's just classic. Oh, here we go. I need these guys. What are you up to, though, family? Nice.
It all comes down to
So sometimes it'll roll faster, or the fights will sometimes, depending on the area. Rest then doctors later. Fair enough, fam. Okay, here we go. This is the volcano. I need a salamander, a fire golem, and a fire dragon in this area. Fire dragon and a sylph. Okay. Boa! Super Leviathan.
that was kind of close, huh?
Go right into a room. Should be a statue. There is. Right, climb the stairs, and then go left, enter the first room. What? No one said you fuckers are gonna be here.
It's time to scramble. Go get 'em, everyone!
Nice.
That was easy, right, Kudadu?
Oh yeah, totally. First room. Yeah. And monsters appeared. Didn't see that coming at all. Not at all. Super Leviathan.
We're invincible!
And we got the Art of Energy. Whatever the fuck that is. I think it's an item. Go left, stairs. Go down, go right, right. Oh, here we go. Nice. Hang on. There's a salamander that I need. So I just need the golem now. And we're done. That is... Oh. Iridium 15. Oh, here's the golems that I need. Nice. Let's go Excalibur real quick. Yeah, it's fire golem. Beautiful. That's all the enemies I need in the game, so I can just... Not in the game, but for this area, which is really helpful because I was worried about them not spawning.
It all comes.
Go in here and here. Energy bomber. Okay, cool. Exit the room and go left 3 times. Oh my god, okay. Oh yeah, it's a dead end. Righto. I was about to say, I hope I can escape this one. If I see them again, I'm gonna have to kill them. I think the next one, I won't be able to escape, I reckon. Shit. I've gone too far.
You're up. It all comes down.
Ah. Bum bum ba-da-dum.
Woohoo! Let's go! It all comes down to taking the initiative.
Alright guys, it muted my fucking lurks again. Fucking hate when it does that. Is it all good now? Let's have a look. Right, all good. Sorry, guys. Oh, there's the chainmail there. I thought it was like gonna actually be like a... Okay. I'm gonna climb the stairs again. Okay. First room. We got a fire gem. Go right. Oh, I didn't mean that. Shit. Shit. I was gonna do some damage, I think. Never mind, they're gonna miss everything. Crap. I'm gonna quickly go to the toilet as well, guys. It'll just be 2 seconds. Sorry.
We're invincible!
Sorry, guys, I'm back. Where are we? Right, we're going right, aren't we? Up the stairs. Go left and enter the door. Must be a boss around here somewhere. I'm gonna go ahead and guess.
Woohoo! Let's go! It all comes down to taking the initiative.
Oh, nice, we got the dragon. Will that be better than what Krea's got? By any chance? Hang on. What does it got? Deals massive, extreme damage to one enemy. Massive fire. Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll definitely... I think we're going to use Fire Dragon instead. Let's get rid of the jelly. And use the Fire Dragon instead for now. And the Fox, I think we should definitely try use something else. Even though it's high as fuck leveled. A Jelly Bomb sounds good, actually. We might use that. Level 36, holy fuck. Right, and we're just going to save again real quick. While we're at it. We'll go left and go to the nest. Alright, we'll go left again. Planetarium, and can I get the item? This nest is quite large. Wonder what built it. Definitely not a small bird. Oh, we can't say for sure. I'm sure it's adorable. It's a T-Rex, right? Did it get cloudy? Oh no, it's an enemy. Oh, it's a pterodactyl. Haha, it seems that's the case. Hey, buddy. Let's go Bella straight away. Go again, Fire Dragon.
Come on out, puppet friends.
115, so it's going to need to level up, but I reckon it's going to be pretty powerful. Ah, it's got wind, righto. Let's just do straight up pancake, and I'm gonna quickly heal.
Come on out, puppet friends! I choose you!
Okay, let's try Leviathan instead.
It's time to scramble! Scramble, go!
Nice.
It all comes down to taking the initiative!
That's level 40. Holy shit. Got the ship part. That makes 2 of them. Even I'm surprised at how this is going. We're pretty lucky. That isn't it. It's all thanks to your wits, courage, and your feelings for cello. You think so? It's sort of embarrassing to hear something like that. Okay, let's keep it up and find that last part. Heh, Kuro, I love how straightforward you are. Go here, back to here. Got the 15 hours. Back this way, if it's gonna let me. Friendship! I thought there was going to be some type of romance between these two, actually. I thought we were going in that direction for a little bit, I'm not going to lie. The power of friendship and love will get us through. Not gonna lie, this is probably one of the worst, areas so far, I think, personally. It's just a little bit repetitive. There's not much really that going on. There's a lot of enemies, though, which is cool. Okay, so we need... Hang on. There's more enemies here. Like, there's even, like, there's like nearly 20 enemies just on this fucking island that I haven't gotten yet, which is crazy. So we got Ice Dragon, Ariel, I got a Mermaid, I got a Metal Jelly, and there's 2 bosses. Fuck me. Is there actually no romance? Kind of surprised. Not between these two. There is between Cello and Kururu, which are obviously like the 2 main characters. I wouldn't mind a twist though, to be honest, but we'll see. There's an Notonium next to the room, go right, past the statue, descend the stairs. Alright, so we have an Ice Dragon and Ariel.
Lend me your power!
Oh, that was better.
Let's go!
I think I slept like 1 hour. Do you feel better? Or worse? I think sleep, like, honestly makes it worse sometimes. I swear to God. Oh, okay. That's what I wanted. We'll quickly save. What are you up to anyway, Spicy Fam? You just grinding some more Warframe. That always happened to me when I was fixing my body clock. I only slept like an hour. I've been sleeping like shit and then sleeping well. It's been really fucking irritating. When I sleep for a long time, I don't sleep well though, if that makes sense. Like I have nightmares and shit. But I sleep good and don't wake up when I sleep for short amounts of time. That's a mermaid, so we just need the metal jelly, which I believe I've gotten the metal jelly before. So I'm not too worried, but just sleep. Prop's gonna sleep in an hour. Oh, true. I'll just finish this box on a box of Twisted Teas. Fuck yeah, dude. You're cooked. Alcohol always gives you a second wind. I believe in that too. Go left and descend another stairs. Then stairs. Oh, okay. And descend another set of stairs. Okay. Oh yeah, cool. Into the first room. Peach is so goated. Ah, fuck, I actually didn't mean to escape that. I was actually planning. Okay. Water gem. Go right and into the upper door. Oh shit, how did I miss that? Hang on. Go right, enter the door, you see, to find a water gem. Exit the room, go right, and enter the upper door. Go right. I got the water gem, didn't I?
It's happening.
Yo, Ryan!
What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure? Stay calm! Wait. Everybody calm down! No!
God damn it, I was coming to raid you, fam. You can't raid me! You can't do this to me! I wanted to support you. How you doing, family? Thank you so much for the raid, fam. I beat ya. Yeah, you did. I supported you first. Damn it, I'll get you next time. How you doing, dude? How'd where wins meet go? Did you pop a few more trophies? We get the 100% tomorrow. Oh, dude, that'll be fucking so good. I'll make sure to be there for it then. You're a Bafiki. How's it going, fam? I hope you're doing well. Hope you're well. Oh, I'm glad that you're going to get that out of the way then. That's going to be so good, dude. Though you like it seems like a pretty good game though. I'm not gonna lie. Like the game is quite like expansive. It reminds me of like Spicy was saying, Rise of the Ronin. It reminds me of Rise of the Ronin, but like even in much more depth than Rise of the Ronin is. And Rise of the Ronin was way more in depth than I was expecting. So it looks really good. I am tempted to get it, but I'm not going to. I have a view redeem next, so I'm not out of the clear yet. Oof. There's a ton of content. I feel that. What game is it again that you have for your next redeem? It's something insane, isn't it? But you don't have to interact with it, but every time you do get stronger. That's fair. I guess it's worth it then, isn't it? Damn, it's going to be good ultra rare play. I reckon it'll hold its ground as well for being ultra rare nearly. There's a lot of people playing it. It's an old school JRPG. I won't let on more than that for now. Damn! Okay. I'm excited to see what it is then. That sounds cool. I do love a good old JRPG. Must be a pretty big one then. Green team. So we raiding out? Nah, not yet. Not yet. This area's taken longer than I expected. Yeah, you're all good. And I have a rule where, like, if someone raids me, I have to stream for another hour anyway. Go left. Fucking hell. Exit the room, go left, down and right. Exit the room, go left, down and right. Right, descend the stairs, go left, descend. Jesus. Deadass, these fucking dungeons can suck my dick, bro. Holy shit. Some of the worst fucking dungeons I've ever done. Damn, I'll tell you when I'm ready to go to bed. You're all good, fam. Are you doing BF4 grind tonight? Ugh. Descend the stairs. Go right and into the hole. No, tomorrow when clearing the house, I'll be AFK in the server with maps I need. Oh, that sounds good. Be right back. All good. That's right. I remember you saying you're going to clean tomorrow. I got to work tomorrow. I got to do 2 days worth of work tomorrow. It's going to be,
That was kind of close, huh?
It's going to be hell. It's my own fault, though. I decided to rest instead of, yeah. Go left, descend the stairs, go right, and enter the hole you see. Go left, enter the hole next to you. Find illustration 2. Oh, okay. We've got illustration 2. Bro, there's a missable boss in here? Why? I too delay work till it bites me back. It's worth the rest sometime. Like I said, I've been pretty sick. I actually didn't know if I was going to be right to work this week, I'm going to be honest. I wouldn't have streamed today if I was working my longer week next week.
I'll do anything for Kurudu.
I wouldn't have been able to. Like, it's... yeah. Bro, this boss looks badass. Holy shit. Cool. In my opinion, you deserve the rest. I don't, though. I've taken too much time off. I did it to myself, though. That's the problem. When I did that 24-hour stream the other week, I was actually sick then. And I just did it anyway, like an idiot. If I hadn't have done that, I reckon I would have been fine. It was kind of a bad move. I should have just delayed it by another week, I reckon. But that's on me. Isn't that really? Do you happen to require something from me? Huh, something about you feels quite familiar. Something feels about awfully fishy. Could you be Cornet's child? That's right. Huh, are you sending me something? How sure I am, lucky. Let us fight. Did you have fun though? That's the important part. The 24-hour was really good, yeah. Was really, really good. I had so much fun with that game. That stream, but... Was it worth it getting sick? Probably not. If I'm going to be honest.
Woohoo! Let's go!
The last 2 weeks have been hell for me.
I choose you!
And I've hidden it for most of it too. I tend to be really good at that. But you gotta grind through the being sick anyway. Holy sh...
Everyone, lend me your power! Come on out, puppet friends!
Surely that's enough.
Everyone, lend me your power!
Please don't use that ability again. He's so fucking quick. Holy shit, dude.
Everyone, lend me your power!
Jeez, how much health does this guy have, bro?
It's time to scramble!
This guy's got a timer on his attacks, so he speeds up. So I need to be careful here. Because he'll actually kill me if I'm not careful.
I choose you!
Holy fucking... What the fuck, bro? No, let's fuck him up. Just straight up, we're just going straight for the pancake.
Thanks, everyone!
Hey, man, how's it going, fam? How you doing? Not too bad, fam. How you doing?
Come on out, puppet friends!
There we go. Brother's pulling it straight out? Why? Let's do Leviathan here. Fairy and then Giga Heal for myself.
It's time to scramble!
You just finished watching Mr. In Between? Nice. What'd you think? Fucking hell, dude.
I choose you!
Goat Show, I really liked it. It was good, wasn't it? Stayed strong the whole time. Pretty impressive. It's hard to keep Rikoi engaged the entire time, but she watched the entire thing. That's generally when I know it's a really good show, to be honest. This is fucking crazy, dude. Why does he have so much health? Why does he do so much damage, sorry?
Everyone, lend me your power!
He's doing that ability over and over again, too.
Woohoo! Let's go!
Okay, he's not going to do the ability this time, though. Oh, we got him. Fucking hell.
It all comes down to taking the initiative!
Holy crap, dude. I have no regrets. I shall accept you as my new master. I am called Sheba. Feel free to ask anything of me. Nice. Okay, so we got Billy, Duke, and Tedder. We don't really use Terra too much, but he's overpowered. They're all overpowered, actually. Billy's probably the best Duke. I guess we'll put Sheba on. Yeah, he does crazy. Look at him. Holy shit. He's lower leveled and he's stronger. Yeah, okay. Let us equip some jewels, though. Oh, so these are like summons you can get, kind of like in FF. Yes, they're called puppets. So in the first game, apparently, I've been told, because I haven't played the first game, it's not available on anything but on Switch. I heard the port's not too great on there, so I didn't end up doing it in the end, but I probably will at some stage. But the puppets act as your party members in the first game. And then in the second game, they work as being summonings, and there's only 2 of you. There's only 2 in a party, and then they act as your summons. But in the original game, there would be 2 of you, and then 2 party members or 2 puppets with you as well. Apparently. It's an interesting system. I meant to ask you last stream, are you doing that Split Fiction? No other game. Already recovered from my cold. Nice. That's that good shit right there. Okay. Exit the room and return right down. Right and down. Go right into the upper right. Let's test it. Let's test this guy out, actually. Fuck it. It's either the first game or an earlier game from the devs of Split Fiction Takes Two. Yeah, the people who made it, I believe, split from it and went and did that afterwards.
That was a close one.
But It's a Way Out was like their first Formula game where they tried to really like do that, I believe. Tried to take it back to couch co-op type gaming. First game. Nah, Split Fiction just came out. Split Fiction came out, and then It Takes Two came out. Is it 6 years now? And then It's a Way Out came out about 8 years ago, I think, now. Off the top of my head. Might be 2019 for A Way Out. 2020 or 2021 for It Takes Two. And then Split Fiction was last year. And there was one other. I think there's 2 other games they did as well. Into the hole right next to you to find a smaller ghetto. Oh, yep, cool. First game of Split Fiction or the devs of Split Fiction? Both. 2018. Oh, it was 2018. Nice. And 2021 for It Takes Two. Thought so. So I was about a year or 2 off. And they're working on a new game already.
I choose you.
Apparently. It should be out in the next, I think 2028, they said. The next one they're doing.
It all comes down to taking the initiative.
Another co-op? Yeah, they're doing another one. Same company that's currently doing it all. They're only doing couch co-op, and they also said they refuse to go public. So they're still a private-owned company, and they refuse to go public. The guy in charge is like said it not long ago in an interview. They've been offered a shitload of money though. Respect for real. Hey, see what turns up for real. Rikoi wants to go back to Split Fiction. We will at some point now. She just needs to redeem it, and we would have to do it. Right. Okay. That is the signal for a boss fight. When those bad boys pop up. Get this one. And touch this. Is it 50 hours? No. No, Split Fiction is 15 hours on the dot. And It Takes Two is 16 hours on the dot. Both for 100%. A Way Out is 8 hours. Off the top of my head. It is 7 hours. My mate said it took 8 though, so who knows. Maybe I can use it as a redeem. I'd love to see it. Nah. Don't worry about that. So I could redeem these games and add the hours up to 50. You just trying to find games to like fill up the spot? I mean, with Rikoi's schedule, it would take weeks to do it. That's the only problem. Too much go up. We'll be right back. My friend says it took 9 to have half the platinum. My friend says it took around 9 to 9.5 rounds to platinum. Yeah, I'd say around 8 or 9. Split Fiction is definitely probably 15 on the money for Split Fiction if you know what you're doing. But there's one, because there's chapter select and scene select in Split Fiction for the missables, so it's really easy to go back and get those. But It Takes Two is the one that's a bastard, apparently, and can take nearly double the time to get all the trophies. But yeah, we're going to do 2 streams first. Sounds good. Sounds good. I respect it. They want to screw around and do everything more. I respect it, yeah. It's apparently a really good game. I was supposed to play it with my mate, and he pulled out and played it with his missus in the end. Hey, Kreia, what do you think they're saying? Who knows? It's a feast, perhaps. Give me a break. What's wrong with this island? Hey, buddy!
Woohoo! Let's go! It's time to scramble!
Holy shit. Okay. These bosses are brutal, bro. I'm back. Yeah, work is really hectic with me having to walk as well. That's alright, I can keep searching. Here's they. I mean, if we could do it, I would say yes. But, like, if it was me and you, I'd be happy to do it, but because we can't do it, that's the problem. You want to play with me? Ooh. Yeah, well, sadly we can't though. That's the problem. That's the only problem, sadly. Let's just Giga heal myself, because no crossplay. Yeah, no crossplay. It's one thing they haven't figured out yet, apparently. They're working on it for the next one.
That was kind of close, huh?
They've worked out how to do crossplay between old and new systems, which is hard enough to do with multiplayer. But they haven't figured out how to do PC, Xbox, PlayStation just yet. Like, it's basically like, it's not even a AAA game, a AAA studio, so they don't have all the money to do stuff like that. All of them. Split Fiction's really good too, because only one of you need to own the game. That was the step up they did. So, like with Split Fiction, you literally only one person needs to actually own the game. Has crossplay apparently. Ooh. Whoa, it's buggy. Apparently. I'm looking at it now. Really, only one needs to own Split Fiction? Nice. Yeah, it's one of the first games to do it for a long time. The last games I could think that did that was probably the DS games, right? Some of those were really good for... Some of those were really good. Yeah, the one who wants the really only one needs to own Split. Yeah, the one who wants the Platinum Trophy. Yeah, I think you both can own it, and it'll work. Like, you'll still get the trophies, but obviously you can't get the Platinum. I think that's the way around it, is it not? The other can't earn it? No. But I believe you both own it. It's not a very expensive game, actually, which is pretty insane. It's actually a very cheap game for what it is. Yeah, so it's 70. So it's like, I think 32 USD off the top of my head. Like 32 USD. Too bad it's buggy though. Yeah, I'm looking at it now, and apparently you have to... The only thing is, if you're not on PlayStation or on the same system, you have to fucking invite through the EA network. Which is gross. And apparently doesn't work. Because I don't know what the EA system is like on PlayStation to PC. Do you know about that, Rye, by any chance? What that's like? So apparently... Fuck. I can't see. Here we go. I bought the game, friends downloaded the friend pass. When I go to play online, I add her EA name, but nothing happens. She doesn't impromptu EA, accept my invitation, start playing the game. Maybe it will work. Wait, what? My BF is on PS5 and he's on Xbox. Why don't they just play split screen? Basically, she needed... That's a built-in, like, the first EA game I've played. Oh, so it's just like the basic EA system. I guess it's the only way you can connect through it with Sony not wanting to communicate through Steam still. I forgot about that. This guide may help you. If you ever played a game from them, you have an account. I do have the account. I need to change this plat progress thing, I've just noticed. Down there. This guide may help you. Hang on. I do have an account, but the problem is obviously I was just wondering whether you've... Oh, Jesus Christ, that was loud. I was wondering whether you had played a game through EA and then you've invited them from Steam to EA. Hang on. Do you know what I mean? Through EA system. I haven't done that before, even on FIFA. I haven't done it on FIFA. Oh, BF6 does do it. I didn't know that. Interesting. I thought BF6 would have their own system. Please. Hang on. You know what? I just realized, though, if I play Split Fiction without Requie, I may die. So never mind. We'll put that back in. We'll put that back in the. We'll put that back in the. Yeah. We won't do that. I'll die. Requie will kill me in my sleep. Last train out of Wormtown only needs one. Last train out of Wormtown? What the fuck is that? What the fuck is this? This game looks terrifying. Is this what the game? That's amazing. Come get eaten one day. This game looks terrifying. What? This game looks this looks like nightmare fuel. So Steam will launch the EA app. You can invite via the EA app. I did testing today. Oh, okay. Also, it runs. That's right. It would too run through EA. You're gonna woo. Oh, right, Lamar. Yes. Requie actually, bought it for me for my birthday so we could play it together, and we haven't played since my birthday last year, so I will die if I play it with anyone else. One person's the worm and everyone else is cowboys. Cowboys? What the fuck? There's no ratings on it. Is there trophies for it? How is it PG? This game looks terrifying. Dude, imagine some... Oh my god. Imagine some kid downloading this. Hang on. Oh, you played it on your alt, did you? Hang on. The Last Train. So only one person needs to own it. Our birthday, I think you said, so she bought it. Yeah, she bought it for me to play on our birthday, but I didn't get the chance. Oh, there is a platinum trophy, but no one's earned it in the world. Huh. We could be the first platinum owner of this game, guys. I've never heard of that, though, before. Why does this look like it's kind of drawn by Matt Groening? Worms vs. Billion Cowboys. Apparently. Okay. Do you play as a cowboy or the worm? I will definitely be playing as the cowboy, and I will be running for my life. Last train. Well, I guess you've got this on PC, I'm guessing, don't you? Ah. For Star through EA as well as the first Jedi game. Oh, there you go. There you go. There you go. RBF6. Where was it? Last train out of Wormtown. Oh, it's not scary. It's this. Oh my fucking god. I'm looking at the wrong game. Oh my god, it's not showing it. Guys! You gotta say something. Come on. I can't see my OBS at all times. I'm looking up chat. I have seen you play this game, actually, yeah. This actually looks good. What were you looking at? This game here. Look at this game. Intentionally not showing us? Nah. No, this game. So you have both of EA accounts, friends. Okay, interesting. I might try it. Your webcam is muted. Let's play that also. Look at this. This game looks terrifying, dude. Fucking, I love that. What do you mean you love that? Wish list that for me. I'm not doing it. It actually looks. This looks horrifying, dude. You know, one game that I think actually is a horror game, but still hasn't come to PlayStation, but I wish it did, is Mouthwashing. That game is so good. Oh, they've removed the other, like the rip-off game of it too. Wow, I didn't know that. Is it Mouthwashing or Mouthwash? I can't remember what that one's called. It's called Mouthwash, isn't it? That's a great game if you haven't played that, Rye. I hate scary games, and I really, really enjoyed that. Tongue sucker. Since you clicked and dragged something off the screen. Ah, right, yes. I apologize for that. No, this is the game that Rye's talking about. This game does look fun. I was watching Rye plays the other day. I will change the screen. It's okay, guys. It's okay. This game did look cool. I like that only one of you have to own it. I like games like this. Makes me happy. Wish they did more. Apparently PSN has gotten rid of over 300 AI GM ripoffs for the PSN. It's actually... They've removed 1,500 games or something. So 1,100 shovelware games. And then 400 to 500 of those rip-off games. And they have something like... They only had like 4,000 games. So they've removed nearly half their library. Apparently. Which is pretty insane. Apparently they just randomly cracked down on it pretty heavily in the past week. Which is crazy. But yeah, they're cracking down on the AI and the shovelware currently. Like, getting rid of everything. But I think all the jumping games are gone. It's the jump ones, right? So, yeah. So, there was this jump shovelware game. I don't know if you guys have seen it. It's the stupid stuff. And you click the button over and over again. And it's like, jump, penguin, and all this crap. Look, this person's already put more stuff up. When did this drop? A few years ago. That's alright. And he had 1,100 games alone. Look, there's this again. There's a jumping game for this for this guy? But here's the other stupid AI stuff as well. AI generated bogeyman. But these are gross. Yeah, so this guy made 1,100 or what? I think it was 11 to 1,200 games. That was on PSN for $1. He's made like a couple million, and he just does it himself. And all he does is just crop a photo and just put it onto the game and uploads the game straight away. And he's made like a couple million off it, apparently. Just selling them for trophy hunters. Just fiending for those trophies, dude. Wow. Imagine that. Apparently it was like the lowest effort ever. Ew. These are pretty bad, dude. Like, fucking... This is so stupid, dude. Oh, man. Anyway. The Italian brain rot. Oh, man. Anyway, alright, good to know. As I said, I apologize, but yeah, I would get in a lot of trouble if I did that. I'm gonna be honest. Do we have the metal jelly as well, by the way? So, yeah, I'm not confessing. In any case, so let's hurry up and get to Cello. Hehe, Okura, you're so cute when you're flustered. Okay, bro. Go observation notes, and we are looking for a metal jelly. Alright. Beautiful. All good. Right. Go outside. We defeated the boss. We defeated the T-Rex by accident. Reach the boss room, defeat the boss, get the airship part. Speak to his valet. We're gonna go talk to Cello again on the cliff. Let me save real quick, actually, because... Right, counts even when I'm home screened? Interesting. Not many games do that. Anyway. Well, I hope the rest of your stream was good, Rye. We've just returned to this old school JRPG. Dun, dun, da, da, da. There we go. Shit, I went too far. It was all good. Have you been enjoying the game to an extent?
Come on out, puppet friends!
It's got that old school game charm. Does Resident Evil count as horror? Yes. Yes, it does.
What's wrong? You're covered in wounds.
The Riz.
Here.
What's... Wait, the airship parts?
What was I saying? Yeah, I'm enjoying the game to an extent. I think it's good, but it's like, it's also like cringe. It's like literally anime in a game form. This is the closest I've ever seen a game come to anime, but it's like got like the cringiest parts of animes in a game, which is like very strange at times. The character development is non-existent though in the game. The gameplay is repetitive, but kind of good. But the grind is hell. And then obviously the grind is fucked. And the learning curve and the brutality of the bosses are just fucking insane as well. Like, they're just stupid. Like, that guy before that boss, he just did 260 damage out of nowhere and took out all my health, and I'm 20 levels above him. It was just so random. I think there's a lot of RNG in the game. I don't know how much, because again, like, there's no information on this game online. There's fuck all, because no one's done it. Like, the two people that have made the guides are actually both from Japan, because that's where the game, like, originally came from. So there's, like, nothing else really apart from that, because none of the West have played it, and then no one in the West has any information on the game either. So it's like, there's nothing, in other words, when I Google search anything or try to look up anything for this game at all. No guides, no conversations about anything on the game. So it's just brutal. I'm just following a guide and praying to God that this person... because they translated the entire guide too, which is insane. The person who made the guide in Japanese translated into English, which is crazy. Like, the effort and the dedication is insane. And it's a Steam guide as well, so yeah. But anyway, no problem. I found all the loopholes, and they were closed by Purge. There are no loopholes. You're going to make your own guide. I think it'd be too hard to do. I was thinking about it. I was thinking about it, but I think it's too hard to do. I was thinking about doing Alpha Protocols. It needed an update, and I was going to do Alpha Protocols. Again, I still need to do a Live Alive, guide as well. I still need to make that. I've still got, like, footage of it. I have found all loopholes. Yeah, I'm doing good. How are you? Not too bad. Yes, he's strong. I'm okay. Could be better. Have a cold at the moment. Oof. I hope to pass fast and get well soon. Yes. But yeah, probably won't make a guide. I think the guides too. There's a guide on this game, but it's not very good. Sadly. Again, it's just been sort of tossed together, I believe. It just tells you what are missable, and that's it. And that's all they can do. So I think it's just someone that's read into the game, found what's missing, or just got, like, all of the items that you can get that are missable in the game, and then, like, just threw them onto a list and put them in front of you. And, like it just has a list of all the enemies that are missable, and I'm like, yeah, but what fucking areas are they from? Because there's, like, I think there's, like, probably 20 to maybe 30 or 40 areas of enemies. So... anyway, I'm rambling. What? Wait, the airship's parts?
Did you two look for these all by yourselves?
There you go.
Cello, I can understand why you might feel upset. The Shadow of Beauty was scattered. The airship even broke down. Anyone in that situation would lose hope. But I don't think you should ever give up. I mean, we managed to find the airship parts. Everyone thought it'd be impossible. I'm sure we'll be able to find the Shadow of Beauty.
And now we have a random song again. I have some Jaeger that tastes like cough medicine. JK. I respect it. I do like Jaeger. I don't drink it very often though, it's quite expensive here. I think it's like $100 right now. Oh, I forgot. Is it banned in Australia now? No, they got some. Jägermeister. $80 for a bottle. For 70ml. Drink it first thing you wake after a binge. Easy fix. What's Jaeger? I like Jaegers, but expensive. Good night, Rye. Have a good one, fam. I'm not going to try to talk to you over the music. The music's too loud. I appreciate you, and thank you seriously so much for the raid. Good luck with your cleaning tomorrow, my friend, as well. And you enjoy your rest. And I will see you next time when you're streaming. I appreciate you. Thank you seriously so much. You have a good night, fam. I carried a bottle of Jaeger when I was graduating party the night before. Wait, is it Jaeger or Jaeger? I need to know how to spell it. It's J-A-E-G-E-R. She spelt it right. B spelt it just then. Jägermeister. Yeah. Ooh, actually, I don't know. It might be, it may be written differently in different languages because of the translation. I've never really thought about that before, to be honest with you. But because it'll be called different things, I think, in some countries as well, which doesn't help, does it? But I guess it would be whatever you guys say. Just may as well drink petrol, not gonna lie. Alright. Damn, I missed the song. Sorry, guys. Didn't like it, email. Oh, damn, it's alcohol. No wonder I have no idea what it is. It's pretty famous alcohol. You mix it with Red Bull. Probably one of the most dangerous alcohols in the world, actually, Jägermeister. If you don't abandon hope and keep trying your best, your wish will come true.
Don't worry.
Oh.
We'll definitely find the Shadow of Beauty. Your mother's illness will be cured for sure.
Never mind. You know, you're really strong.
It's like 45 euro per
Thanks.
flask, yeah. It's about
Kururu.
80 AUD here.
Okay, Kururu. Now's the time. You should confess. Cello?
One that it created.
Just 3 words. All you have to say is, I like you. Never mind. It's nothing. Let's get back to the ship.
Cello's joined the party. Okay, my friend's just standing there. We're not going to pull it out. Red Bull Chaser is peak. We drop it. Do you drop it in? Anime scene. In Australia, we drop the shot into it. Jaeger bombs, yeah. It really is. I think it's probably one of the most dangerous like alcohols in the world because of how well it does mix with Red Bull. And that's the problem. And Jaeger's got like a really big downer or whatever. It's like a really big downer as well, which is not helpful. So like they're really dangerous. I know people that drink them like every day. Jaeger's only 33%. I don't need that. Yeah. You forget about when you mix it yourself. Fair enough. Right. I think that's Red Hot Top Middle House. What the fuck just happened? Cool. I think that's it. Mate, you found all the parts. What a wonderful child. It's like I'm looking at younger me. Ho ho ho, let's get the repairs done. Everything's fine. Or should be at least. But obviously with the Red Bull it increases the, what do you call it? The effect on you. Prepare the Totoko... I don't even know what that is. Departure. Understood, Lady Twilight. Activating turbo engine. Already. High power Antonium, fueling complete. We're ready here too. Set sail, head towards Mother Green. As long as I keep trying and don't give up, my wish will come true, huh? Alright then, one day my dream will. Ah yes. Save up to this point. Towards the Rainbow of Hope. Alright, so that took... Actually only took an hour and a half, which I'm actually pretty happy with. Funny enough.
It.
Let me just see real quick. 12 villagers tailgate. What the hell? I forget about it when I mix myself. A 12 villagers tailgate. What the hell? Okay, cool. So, I believe with this game, I do apologize. I probably should have played it earlier today. With this game, we have Chapter 8, which is really big apparently, like massive, because like the guide warned me that like there's a heap of missables in Chapter 8. Like I'm missing like 80 journal entries and I think like 20 or 30 enemies just for this final chapter. So it's like, it's fucking huge apparently. So it's probably going to take me 3 or 4 hours to beat it, this next chapter. And then there's a final chapter apparently. Yeah, which is apparently pretty brutal for collectibles as well. So I need to be careful not to miss anything. Fuck my life, dude. Yes, please. Gimme. Cheeky. Well, like cement, probably. Lol. Okay, so that is another 3 trophies in the game. So we finished 2 chapters today and 1 annoying as fuck trophy. So we are getting there in the end, like I said. So we've only got 2 chapters to go to finish the game, pretty much. And the next one's really long, and then there's another one and clear the game. So chapter 8 and then clear the game, pretty much. Receive the ultimate reward from an insane puppet. So I think we'll find this in the next chapter. So if I talk to this puppet in the next chapter and he doesn't give me a reward, I have to restart the game. The entire game to fix it. We will finish the game on hard, which is good. I do know that. Collect all background menu illustrations is also another one that we could miss and have to restart the game, because there's no way to track what you have with the illustrations as well. But even then, I've got to save it every chapter, but even then, if I've missed any, it's definitely at the earliest part of the game. I've only got 9 of 20 apparently, which is fucking extremely worrying. Now that I'm looking at that, I'm shit scared. That seems like a very low number for 2 chapters to go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh my god. Okay, there's 11 and 2 chapters. The entire game, what the fuck? Oh, the game is... Like I said, the only reason I'm using an in-depth guide is it's the 3rd game, apparently, is really hard. Like, really hard. This game is hard, by the way. It's not an easy game, by the way. Not a fucking easy game at all. But apparently the 3rd game is really hard, but doesn't have any missables. So I've got no clue why the 3rd game's got, like, chapter select, and it saves across chapters, but this one doesn't. And I've got no clue why they didn't do it for this game, because they remastered both of them. But anyway, I don't know. And then, like I said, I'm missing half the observation notes. I'm missing... Oh, I've actually gotten a shitload of them. I'm missing 40 to go. There you go. I'm missing 7 of the 70. So I'm missing 100, 110... I think I'm missing a few pops. So I'm missing 130 collectibles with 2... with 2 chapters to go. Yes. So, yeah. And then recruit all optional puppets. So, if the optional puppets dies, the Kuru dies, if these 3 games at any point disappear, doesn't pop by the time I get to the and they won't pop until the end of the game apparently, as well. There's a chance of a lot of them won't pop until the credits. I have to restart the entire game again. They want platinum hunters to suffer. I don't even. Yep, that's fair. Yep. But the third game apparently is shorter. So the third game's shorter, which is the game after this, by the way, if anyone's wondering. The third game's shorter. But, it's grindy as fuck, apparently. To beat the final boss, I need to be like level 100, apparently. Like, just to beat the story boss, apparently. Yeah. I wish these games were available in my region, but they're not. And apparently these platinums are really simple as well, I've heard. Like, are extremely simple. The platinums compared to what I'm dealing with, apparently. There's like half the trophies. One of the devs' mums was bonked by a platinum hunter, that they said. Alright. Yeah. And then we'll do the second game. But the second game should only take me 15 hours. It really should. It's this one that's the problem, and it's taken a lot longer because there's so many missables in the game. But the second game should be definitely 15 hours, apparently. So I'm going to hopefully finish this. We're still on time to start the alphabet challenge. I am sorry that I haven't been streaming as well. I will say I'm sorry about that. There's only one fucking unmissable trophy in the game. How the fuck is that a thing? How the fuck is everything else missable? Jesus Christ, dude. Wait, what's this for? Silly Billy. Go to bed, muddled. What are you doing awake? You cheeky dog. Sorry, my brain's faded. I was watching someone. Yeah, I do apologize for not streaming there. Yeah, I've been really ill for the past 2 to 3 weeks, so I just caught up to me finally, and then my mental just like went down the fucking drain because I just had some other stuff happen as well. So I was just like, anyway, went into a drain. I should be. I'll see how I'm feeling. I gotta work tomorrow. I don't even know what I'm gonna do for work tomorrow, but I'll either be back tomorrow or be back Friday. It'll be one of the two. I won't do a schedule this week. Because I'm just gonna hop on when I feel like it in the next few days. For the next 4, so Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I'm just gonna hop on whenever I feel like it. So I do apologize. It'll be very random whenever I hop on. And then I'll do a schedule next week. I just don't want to set anything in stone right now because it's not worth it. currently. The way we're currently the way I'm currently am. So I'm not gonna worry about it for now. But I'll get back to it. I've been suffering from insomnia. I've got some time off work, so I've been trying to make the most of it. I respect it. No schedule hype. Chaos. It's a pain because I do like having a schedule. Thank you. It's good to see you too, email. I feel that they're muddled. You should be insomnia during this time. Been liking this whole time. I want to say hi before we went off. Take care of yourself. You too, Hoshi. I appreciate you, fam. Fortunately for you. Schedule does suck. I've been off for a while. Yeah, it's good to turn it off sometimes, isn't it? All right, we're getting. We'll go raid the cheeky Minxie Poo. Tonight we finally get her. I just wanted to see the cheeky smile. But we'll go get Minx. They're currently playing a bit of League right now. Queers doing being a cheeky fella. So we'll get some rest up. Next week as well. It is my sister's engagement party. So I've got to go do that. So I'll be away for 2 to 3 days during that time, sadly, because it's a whole thing. Ew, League. We're getting Minx. Good streams. Congrats. Thanks, Spicy. I appreciate you, dude. Mad invite. Don't tempt me. Nah, you don't want to come. It's not even free alcohol. It's bullshit, dude. I wish there was free alcohol. If there was free alcohol, I would 100% invite as many people as I could. But yeah, hopefully I'll be back tomorrow. We're just going to see how we go. I'm going to go to work. I am hopping off earlier tonight because I need to pull my head out of my ass still. And I'm not sleeping well at the moment. But I love and appreciate all of you. I appreciate everything that all of you have done. I hope you all have a wonderful day, a wonderful morning, wonderful night, whatever time it is for you. I love you all so much. Please don't let anybody else tell you otherwise. I'll get the dead man's. You guys have a good night's sleep, guys. Oh, good day. Well, whatever. Bye-bye.
Eyes Purge. I don't know why. Oh, look, even my raids aren't working. Ah.
Hi, Purge.
Hello, Purge. Thanks so much. Oh my god, it's modeled as well. Holy shit. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I've had